All right, let's get the party started. Here we go. Got a big protest going down Alameda Street. Supposed to spend the entire day with my beautiful partner, but I got responsibilities. As the foremost leftist commentator in history, many are saying this.
Amanda Palacios joins us live from downtown Los Angeles with the breaking update. Amanda.
Josh and Irene, we've seen a growing National Guard presence here in downtown LA. Throughout the morning, we've seen them walking up and down Alameda Street. And just behind me here, you can see them stationed alongside their vehicles near the federal building as another protest is expected to take place later today near City Hall. This follows President Trump's deployment of 2,000 National Guard members in response to a series of immigration protests across the city.
The main group of National Guardsmen have not yet arrived to Los Angeles. There are not 2,000 National Guardsmen stationed in Los Angeles, but they were able to pull some locally to begin filling out the ranks early. In all likelihood, it's going to take a little while longer for a convoy to arrive.
This is new video from overnight showing the troops arriving. They stopped at City Hall after driving through Paramount, then ended up here at the federal building. Meantime, this follows another night of protest.
Fun. From NBCLA, let's do what we normally do, folks. We take a look at live feeds. Who's got the best one? CNBC TV 18. Oh, that's where we just saw the clip. The news on this is international? Yeah, they're deploying the military. Yeah, well, we'll see if we get a live Kent State moment. So there are a bunch of police and military agencies in Los Angeles now, okay? So let's do a recap. You have LAPD and LASD, Sheriff's Department, okay? Actual local police. They are tasked with crowd control, but are not helping ICE with immigration enforcement. They can arrest people, and will, and have. Then you have the federal agents. You've got the feds. That includes ICE, anyone from Homeland Security like HSI, potentially the FBI, though I don't know if they're still on the scene there. Anybody who works with the federal government who isn't military. They can arrest, but it's harder for them. It's more of a pain in the ass because they have to go through their own channels. They're the ones looking to pursue immigration enforcement, which again, local police and sheriff will not help them with. They're probably the biggest evil here. And then finally, we have the military. The military, as of right now, because the Insurrection Act has not yet been signed, cannot arrest people. Oh. They can hit you on the head, though. Right. And then you have the military. The military cannot perform arrests. They can club you on the head. Generally, when the National Guard are deployed to riots, they're there to be the front line. They're the meat shields, and then they capture people. No, they can't. Yes, they can. I promise you they're capable of clubbing you on the head. Their job usually is to capture people that the police then arrest. They usually work directly with LAPD or SD, you know, I mean, they did during the 1992 riots. They themselves cannot do arrests. They will also not be assisting with immigration enforcement. They might, however, be with ICE when ICE is doing the immigration enforcement. In practice, the military is being brought here because Trump is trying to manufacture his Reichstag moment, you know? Like we're trying to get the left Democrat agitators want chaos and destruction, and now we have no choice but to deploy the military to restore order. This is what they wanted to do back in 2020, but didn't, because they bitched out. Here they are trying for it. Though in 2020, with the George Floyd protests, those were actually massive nationwide protests, some of which did get, you know, not all of them, not most of them, but some did get pretty spicy. This is nothing in comparison. This is absolutely nothing. My hope is that the National Guard are not very gung-ho about this. They're not very, you know, they're a little bit belligerent. And if they are, it would be because they're being ordered around by federal agents. Hell yeah, man. Oh.
Why are you practicing white supremacy?
Hell yeah, man.
Why are you practicing genocide? Why are you practicing genocide? Are you black? Are you brown? Well, shame on you. What are you going to tell your mother when you go home?
That's what I'm always saying. If you're black or brown, for shame. Yes, sir.
Shame on you.
This Reichstag moment is badly orchestrated. Yeah, for sure. For sure. We'll see if it makes a difference. Listen, this is a make or break moment for the administration. This is either the end of democracy in America, the beginning of the use of the military to crack down on all dissent, or an overplay by the administration with a weak hand that makes them look like a fool and causes them to like backpedal after an embarrassing incident, you know? High risk, high reward. The TV 18 are Indian news channels? Gotcha. So they're rebroadcasting content that's like a minute behind. If you have a more current feed that's covering the same. This is a different site, isn't it? I think these are two different sites. Yeah, these are two different sites, I'm pretty sure. Wait, maybe? Or they pushed out from here? No, maybe they're not. Maybe it's just a little bit farther ahead here. No, yeah, it's the same site, but it's different time. Okay, that's why they pushed out, because they're clearing way for more vehicles.
We're seeing tactical vehicles, SUVs, pickup trucks, driving through, trying to enter this side garage of the federal building right now, which actually does have graffiti on it from an earlier movement here. But protesters are now spread out in both directions on Alameda Street.
Okay, this is live on the ground. And not delayed? Okay, this is not delayed. Okay. Why are LA news channels so obsessed with helicopter games? Helicopter is the only way to get around the city. Also, everything's flat and, like, spread apart. It's just the simplest way to do news. If you didn't have your online persona business to keep in mind, do you think you'd be at something like this? I live in Seattle. You mean, like, if I was still in LA? I don't know, man. It looks scary. Bringing in a bunch of ICE vehicles. Hope everyone has sunscreen on. Yep. The real death toll from today is going to be from the UV index. Fuck, Seattle is there? Yeah, seems like it. I guess you can go from Seattle to LA.
Your back on them. All of you. Look at you. In France, the police officers marched with the people. Why aren't you guys marching with the people? There's power to what you guys do. There's power to your actions. You guys can decide to march with us, and you don't. You guys are proud. You guys are proud.
Oh, they're winning. They're winning. Guys, we did it. We beat the U.S. military. Oh. Never mind.
Look what you guys are doing. Remember your own. Remember your own. This is fascism.
Well, at least they're firing it off the ground. Is this current? Is this reflected in the helicopter feed?
Move them back. We didn't hear
Yep.
anything about a dispersal order, but you see now these demonstrators are definitely moving back from the federal building here on North Alameda Street, where again they've been stationed for hours today on this third day of immigration protests here in LA.
What are they shooting at the ground? They're shooting, I believe, pepper balls. They're spraying the protesters with the like aerosolized pepper spray shit. They're hitting the ground to spray it like at them. Not rubber bullets. More people would be falling down if it was rubber bullets. Probably. Do gas masks protect against this kind of stuff? Yes. And people are back. Brains in LA cut against everything I thought I knew about LA. Tiny bit of positive news, actually. Los Angeles just opened a massive metro station downtown, not far from where this is happening. This is outside what? This is the federal detention facility where they are currently housing triple the maximum occupancy of the building with presumed undocumented immigrants. If you weren't here last night, we were following a citizen journalist who explained that he's seen people come up to the base of the building and hold up banners saying, like, happy birthday to their imprisoned relatives or loved ones. The metro station was at LAX, not downtown. Oh, LAX. Okay, that makes sense. They need it more there anyway, I guess. They have Union Station downtown. Why does this look like VHS footage from the 90s? Well, probably because it's being shot by an actual news crew, so they might actually be using an interlaced film camera. Not really sure. Like the 60 FPS, the 30i interlacing. Trump claims he's meeting with military officials at Camp David tonight. Great. Did you guys see Trump praise the hard work and effectiveness of the National Guard before the National Guard actually arrived? Last night, before the National Guard had deployed, he was like, and we thank them for all they've done in Los Angeles. He's so out of it, dude. He's so not fucking in charge, man. Stephen Miller is 100% the guy here. Why at Camp David? Because Camp David's like cool and official and presidential and powerful. So they're just kind of standing around again. Have you ever followed a protest in your life? I swear to God, you people would be unimpressed by the Night of Long Knives. You'd be like, dude, I thought something was happening, but like, I've been looking at this camera feed for 2 minutes and literally nothing has happened. Oh, hold on. More comedy gold.
Even if you don't plan to invoke the Insurrection Act, do you plan to send troops to Los Angeles?
What?
Even if you're not planning to invoke the Insurrection Act, do you still plan to send troops?
Well, we're going to have troops everywhere. We're not going to let this happen to our country. We're not going to let our country be torn apart like it was under Biden and his auto pen.
What's the bar for sending Marines?
The bar is what I think it is. I mean, if we see danger to our country and to our citizens, we'll be very, very strong in terms of law and order. It's about law and order.
Sending active Marines on the table, sir. Secretary Hegseth.
We're going to see what we need. We'll send whatever we need to make sure there's law and order.
Yeah, well, let's hope it's an overplay with a bad hand. Let's hope.
Chicago. Do you foresee those protests spreading to other cities, Chicago, New York, for example, in the next few days?
Yes, we're going to be watching it very closely. And when they spit at people, you know, they spit. That's their new thing. They spit, and worse, you know what they throw at them, right? And when that happens, I have a little statement. They say, they spit, we hit. And I told them, nobody's going to spit on our police officers. Nobody's going to spit on our military, which they do as a common thing. They get up to them this far away and then they start spitting in their face. That happens, they get hit very hard. What are the rules of engagement for federal troops?
I don't know, man. I kind of feel like they have to commit to this one. Like, the rhetoric they're using makes it really difficult for them to just, like, awkwardly leave LA and go like, yep, we fixed it. Like, obviously protests are going to continue. You know? I don't know, man. We're rooting for us too, Gabor. Thank you. Neat. If they commit on this, it'll look so stupid. I mean, they're talking like they're going to. Keep in mind that this is only, what, like 50 National Guardsmen? They've sent 2,000. These are just the guardsmen who are already here. Where are the Dems? I'm so happy you asked. Well, I can tell you where the head of the DNC is. Sitting in his chair with his head in his hands like Shinji Ikari. DNC Chair Ken Martin told party leaders in a recent private convo he's unsure about his ability to leave the party because of infighting created by Vice Chair David Hogg. I'll be very honest with you, for the first time in my 100 days in this job, the other night I said to myself for the first time, I don't know if I want to do this anymore, he said in a May 15th Zoom meeting of DNC officers, according to a recording obtained by Politico. Phenomenal. So, that's the leader of the DNC. He can't stay. It was just really devastating for him to have to, like, be complicit in ousting somebody for wanting the, you know, elected officials to actually be effective against Republicans. Yeah, let David Hogg be the chair. Chance this makes normies in the military distrust DJT. I can't imagine. Look, National Guardsmen tend to be from the areas they're stationed in, more or less, at least. So, like, how do you think it would feel if you're like an 18-year-old guy who's the son of Mexican immigrants, you join the National Guard because you want free college or whatever, and then you're deployed to stand at the behest of some dipshit racist ICE agents while, like, you know, your former compatriots tell you to kill yourself and chant "fuck ICE" in front of you, you know? I don't know. I can't imagine the culture of the military is so bad that they would see this and use it as like a real inflection point. I'm sure the culture in the military is bad, but like this bad? I think this is just embarrassing. Yeah, but that was before wokeness was abolished, Annie. You think it's just going to stay like this for 60 days? I do think it's pretty funny that, like, at the front of the line you have the police. Like, you bring the National Guard in, but the police are the only ones. They were the ones at the front, shooting at the protesters a minute ago, too. Isn't that DHS police? No, that's LAPD. Derek Guy is such a loser, Lamau. Scoot94, I noticed that's not the first time you're posting that. Interesting. You must have very strong feelings on the subject. What did he say? I admire the courage of people protesting the ICE raids in California. I'm against violent protests and I think they're counterproductive. I also think that nonviolent protests send a more powerful and enduring message. Have long believed in Dr. King's message about using nonviolent resistance. That said, I also hope everyone protesting stays safe. This is a long struggle and there are many ways to support immigrants beyond what's happening right now in the streets. You can volunteer with pro-immigrant organizations, offer material aid, or even pursue a career in immigration law. I share your anger and believe we can channel this energy into something that makes meaningful change for immigrants, but to do that you have to stay safe. Okay? What's the issue? MLK Jr. defended riots. I know, Nuts. You learned that from my stream. But MLK Jr. also believed, generally speaking, that peaceful protests are more effective. if you're going to balk at the audacity of a very common liberal sentiment like this, you guys might as well dig your own graves now. Are you kidding me? You're really going to infight over this? Oh, this guy that spends 100% of his time on social media finding, like, obscure gay ways of attacking right-wingers and their style, or lack thereof. Like, oh, man, they like Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.? That's fucking cringe, dog. Not even like a Ho Chi Minh defender or something. Who cares? What, are we looking to fight over this? It doesn't seem to have gotten that violent. Okay. Did he say that it has? Now is not the time to be disavowing the violence. I don't think he disavowed the violence here. I just think he said he prefers nonviolent protests to violent protests. It's, again, very, very common sentiment. It's you guys know that, like, right now, if you look at like Twitter left discourse, the average leftist seems to believe the most effective way to protest is to, like, start constructing pipe bombs, right? Like, the average Twitter LARPer, unfortunately, is insanely counterproductive and actively, like, wages a war against any kind of effective big tent messaging. Like, obviously, the most effective protest in this situation would be, like, a mass citywide march that is nonviolent. If you make the protest violent, for one, then you get the shit beaten out of you. The National Guard are there. Are you fucking stupid? And for two, then no one's going to show up to the protest because no one's going to want to get the shit beaten out of them by the National Guard. Are you fucking stupid? Violent protest when the National Guard is there? You're leaving aside the broader, like, optical implications of something like that. Like, what are you talking about? Total LARP. Just made up bullshit, you know? You're not at the protest. Don't talk, okay? Yeah, obviously the best case scenario is, like, 1 million Los Angelinos go out on the streets. It's tough to do that, you know? I think that one of the reasons why the civil rights protests worked in their context, the legacy of the civil rights movement has not been a super effective one, right? Like, it's not like black people are at parity with white people. But in the context of those protests, you know, there was a lot of discipline and coordination, which unfortunately is difficult to mimic these days because there's a generally... It's all decentralized, you know? Like, people don't usually show up to protest because there's a leader of the protest, and together, like, everyone has, like, a game plan and a set of rules and understandings. It's usually, like, people just kind of show up and treat it like a block party, which is fun, but it definitely doesn't bring everyone in, you know what I mean? It's tough. It's difficult to deal with. People are a lot more decentralized now, you know? Just people get their information from different sources. You know, people get different understandings of what's going on. Everyone's kind of atomized. It's not like a whole neighborhood... Sure, man? I don't know why you're sure manning me. This is the same point I've had for like 5 years. People had more problem with his reply below about marriage. Well, I ain't seen that. Oh, I don't know. I don't know what you're referring to. He replies to a lot of people. Yeah, I don't know. This is the marriage tweet people are talking about. I wasn't aware this had become, like, big drama. If you are in a relationship with an undocumented immigrant, you can make a direct impact on their life by marrying them. If it is indeed a legit marriage, not to suggest anyone enter a false marriage for green card reasons. IMO, this makes more of an impact than throwing bottles. That's probably true. I don't understand the issue. That's probably true, yeah. I mean, it's a funny thing to say, but that's doesn't mean it's incorrect, yeah. What are we spurging over on these mild posts? Hey, listen! I'm not the one infighting. People were posting in chat, lol, look at this dumbass liberal take. I don't see what the point is, to be honest. Also, you're probably got a collar gap going on right now. You know how I can tell your t-shirt to pants ratio is off? We should just marry everyone being deported to El Salvadoran death camps. Yeah. If you're being facetious for the purpose of comedy, then yeah, sure. Haha. If you think that that's a salient argument against what's said, then you're being very disingenuous. Which kind of makes you sound stupid. Let's see what the helicopter view coverage. ABC 7. Give me the ABC 7. They're by far my favorite coverage. Yeah, NBCLA is quiet. Oh, NBCLA is done. All right. Rec check. CNN Bernie Sanders. Sully the Witch, classic. Also The Guardian, along the green line. MSNBC, CNN, Zully the Witch again. Jay Foreman again. Really wants me to watch this video. Gungnir again, Not Just Bikes, friend of the channel. Fox 13 Seattle, I have that up in another tab. Jay Foreman again. And the Gaza Flotilla. Yeah. All right, ABC 7. Hit me.
Right to protest. When you start throwing stuff and vandalizing, then it gets a little out of control, and then the First Amendment
it's dye workwear.
Kind of takes a back seat to how dangerous the situation could be.
Hey, Bruce, this is Jory Rand joining the broadcast now. Thank you for your continued coverage here. I wonder if we can just take a look at this wide shot as we look at the Roybal Detention Center in downtown Los Angeles. This is now day 3 of unrest in downtown LA. In response to ICE raids and Department of Homeland Security movements, we saw problems in Paramount, we saw problems in Compton, and again last night in downtown Los Angeles. Things have been tense. There are crowds gathering. We know there's another demonstration set for 2 o'clock today at LA City Hall, not too far from this location.
Fun.
And of course, things different now because the National Guard has been deployed here, federalized by President Trump. It is something that Governor Newsom did not disagree with when he revealed that Trump and his administration were taking over 2,000 soldiers from the National Guard. He said this was the wrong mission. This is the wrong move. It's just going to escalate tensions. And we also heard from LA Mayor Karen Bass, who said...
Not that it has anything to do with the protests, but 8 U.S. states seek to outlaw chemtrails, even though they aren't real. Yeah, I really want the, like, free marketplace of idea heads or whatever, the free speech absolutists, to explain, like, what the fuck do we do when delusional retardation like actually undermines civilization? You know, these people would defend like Romans drinking from lead pipes if the 51% of people voted in favor of it after like Roman Joe Rogan had like Marcus Aurelius on and they chatted about it and said that it was really tasty. Actually, I don't know, past the point you have to put your foot down and say, I don't give a shit what you think is good. Joe Roman, thank you. I don't give a shit what you think is good or right. It's wrong. You're not doing this. Wait, what is this? I don't understand. A bunch of Republican states are trying to outlaw chemtrails, which don't exist. What is a chemtrail? People who believe in chemtrails think that when jets leave these little streams of water vapor behind, they're leaving like mind control chemicals or some shit. Like chemtrails, like chemical trails. How would this even be enforced? It can't be. Okay, so they're retarded? Yes. It's like the American equivalent of like if a fucking Balkan country made it illegal to walk under a ladder or something. Ridiculous.
Are you going to go in and clear them out? Not yet.
Right. As someone with such a deep background in law enforcement, I've been curious these last 48, 72 hours, that point in which the call goes to clear out a section. So if this situation were to change and the National Guard or officers wanted to move in and say clear this roadway, what is something from a law enforcement perspective? Because from the outside, that's the moment where things kind of turn very dangerous, where the crowd begins to scatter. You have a large number of people gathered here. And if the order goes out to break up this crowd, it's going to cause a panic and it's going to cause some problems. So where is the line that the officers draw here on where they want to maintain kind of a peaceful situation, even if, as you said, by the letter of the law, these folks are breaking the law, but they don't want to cause a panic and don't want to send people running in a large crowd, especially with traffic still going by.
What if they do, though?
In what could turn into an incredibly dangerous situation.
Yeah, it's a multi-layered event.
I hate to ask, but isn't cloud seeding basically what chemtrails are? No, chemtrail believers believe that anytime you see those lines up in the sky, that's a chemtrail. Also, they don't think it's cloud seeding. They think it's like mind control chemicals or something. Like, it's not about whether or not some planes are capable of dispersing things, right? Like, you've got little agriculture planes that'll spray, you know, pesticides or whatever. It's not about that. They think all of those. Isn't cloud seeding fake? No, you can do cloud seeding.
Right to do what you want, and now we're done.
Yeah, we can see some graffiti on the federal building there. We see, I believe these are both live pictures, one from Air 7 and the other one from the ground. And we do obviously apologize for any profanity that we're seeing on a lot of these signs. Right now we are streaming on.
Whatever happened to those empty shelves and price jumps and the tariffs? Whatever happened to those price jumps? Brother, have you looked at the prices of things? A bunch of shit went up. The Switch 2 is probably like the most easy example for a lot. They went up. The media is not covering it because the media is complicit, you know? The media follows, like, the bump, you know, beforehand. But, like, Donald Trump literally threatened Jeff Bezos for the prospect of him showing what the tariffs are costing people on Amazon, you know? Shit has gone up.
For these guards members.
Like, look at any defaulting stats. The number of people who are delinquent on their car payments, on their mortgages, on their credit card payments, all of these numbers are spiking rapidly in the past, like, 2-3 months, going up with each one. Like, again, like, the media doesn't cover this because they hate you, and they're pedophiles, and they want you to die. But, like, it is happening.
Just fire paintball rounds at them, fire rubber bullets at people. You have to have some sort of threat to do that. I mean, yeah, are there agitators in the crowd? Actually, there are, and it's a shame for them to ruin something.
It is really fucked up, though, that, like, because everything is so decentralized and the media is so complicit, like, prices can jump and people don't fucking notice, you know? It's like the shrinkflation shit or whatever. Like, oh, the bag of chips got smaller. Did you notice? Probably not. Oh, you know, things went up 20 cents. Well, when you go to the grocery store, you probably buy like 40 different items. Do you remember the price of each one? I remember the price of a few things that I buy very regularly. But most of the stuff, oh, I get some cheese here and I get some bread there. I don't know if it's $3.29, $3.39, or $3.79. I have a vague idea, you know, oh, it should be about $3, but they can raise it within a margin and I won't notice for a lot of them, you know? So people get bled out more and more. Working class people usually do. Fuck you, you disingenuous piece of shit. No, actually, Vosh, working men remember the exact price of every one of the items they buy at the grocery store, no matter how few times they've bought it. It's because of your class privilege. Fuck you. I bet you people don't remember every single time the price changes. Jesus Christ.
A demonstrator will approach the line, just kind of provoking and doing whatever they can to get a rise out of that line of soldiers and officers in tactical gear. This seems like a tough spot for anyone to be in. You know, it's not an enviable situation to be in, no matter what.
Yeah, chat remembers the price of the fucking Uber Eats they order every night.
To face a crowd like this, and when
Link
you're
27, Vosh check email.
Peace,
Link 27, you must be confused. You are a chatter,
to calm down. It's a tough spot
not
to be in,
a
as
family
human.
member or a friend of mine. Check
yeah,
email.
Unfortunately, you've got people like that, like you just mentioned, who kind of poke the bear. They're trying to get a reaction, and once that reaction goes, sometimes you can control it. Sometimes you can't.
Check your front
that's
door.
Why in any skirmish line,
Vosh,
you have
Vosh,
what's called
at Vosh.
linebackers.
What?
And
Look
their
behind
job
you.
is to keep the integrity of the line, make sure no one gets out of control. And if somebody, an officer, National Guard, whatever, gets a little heated, their responsibility, pull them out of the line and replace them. Basically, they'll have a timeout.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we hope that we don't have to see any of that put into play here and things remain calm. Bruce Thomas, thanks so much. I think we'll wind up checking in with you throughout the afternoon, but thank you for your help in assisting us in our coverage of what's going on in downtown. Okay. Are we going to wrap this up? Okay. We want to thank you for joining us.
No,
for this
ABC 7, why do you always leave?
In downtown
I'm going to be
Los
covering
Angeles.
this like
Again,
all
we
day.
are expecting another rally to be held at 2 o'clock.
Yeah,
at
in
City
17
Hall.
minutes.
We will see if that converges with this demonstration outside the Roybal Federal Detention Center, which is just a couple blocks away. And it has been the site of unrest for the last...
By the way, the Switch 2 didn't go up in price, but its accessories did. Did it go up in price in other currencies? Because tariffs imposed on America affect the global supply chain. It wouldn't surprise me if maybe it hurt them a bit selling in America, but they compensate elsewise. It went up in euros. Interesting. It's a very complicated system, San Francisco's there too, apparently, Lamau. Hey, listen, what else you doing? Yeah, they've got the helicopter, but what about the coverage? No one wants to talk, Okay, what do we... Okay, look. Wow! Okay, this is New York Post. New York Post is fine on the ground. Fox 13 Seattle, fine on the ground. ABC 7's leaving. KTVU Fox 2 San Francisco is not talking. Yeah, I saw Trump fell while walking up the stairs. He caught himself, though. Credit where credit's due. If Biden had fallen like this, he would have just died. He would have just hit the ground and disintegrated like he got Thanos snapped. Biden did fall? Yeah, I remember he died. He disintegrated like he got Thanos snapped. That's why Kamala ran. I was here.
Got this one.
Yeah, go on. Get out there, Dana. Yeah. Weak protest? Well, the problem is that the protest is not coordinated. And also, what do you expect them to do? Charge the National Guard? There's not, they are protesting ICE at this detention facility, but right now the only reason they're here is because the National Guard have been called in. The detention facility and ICE have been housed here for a long time. This isn't new. The protest started because of that ICE action that was that went across LA now 3 days ago. They caused this. And now the National Guard is here. What do they do? Is this all the National Guard does? They can do other things, but trust me, you don't want them to. Again, I have to remind everyone, the 2,000 is the number of guardsmen who have been deployed. This is like 30 or so people, okay? It must be insanely hot in those suits. Yup. I hope we don't get another Kent State. My understanding is that when the National Guard are deployed to protests, typically they are only given less lethal ammunition. I don't think they have live ammunition in their guns. My understanding is that they're preloaded with, you know, rubber bullets or whatever. Oh shit, yeah, that guy's shield is the wrong way up. Looks like an idiot. What will the Saturday protest look like? I don't know. Let me read through the ether. Saturday protests? You mean next Saturday? 6 days in the future? A tweet on how Obama was better at deportation than Trump is. We need to rub this under Trump's nose. You know, I have to say, I'm not too keen on the rhetorical strategy of, haha, our guy was better at being Hitler than your guy. That being said, it's worth, listen, I don't think it's worth boasting about because I fucking despise Obama more than I let on stream. It's not a race thing! I know some of you were going to jump to that. I just wanted to clarify. I really do, though. I really do fucking hate him. You know, he's the one who appointed Tom Homan. I know I keep saying that, but I think a lot of people don't realize it because Tom Homan was only recently made border czar. But Tom Homan was exactly like this, you know, fucking 10 years ago or whatever, when Obama appointed him. Anyway, while we shouldn't boast about this because Obama is a contemptible, wretched man, it is worth remembering the Trump administration and ICE under Trump genuinely are really fucking incompetent. Like, even though ICE is running with more or less the same people as it has before, they are shockingly incompetent now because all of the top level like infrastructure that allowed them to make snappy decisions and work, you know, smoothly within society they're fucking done, you know? They're hiring retards who don't know how to do their job properly. They're being given orders that are mutually exclusive and contradictory. They're doing shit that's illegal and then going, no, I didn't, when a judge asked them about it. A lot of their time is being kept like held up with like court proceedings, you know? Like at the top level, they can't do as much coordination because ICE constantly has to answer for the insane shit they're being directed to do. They are, and thank God for this, man, very incompetent. And Miller's pounding their asses to do more. Didn't Miller recently get like hot mic'd a little bit? Basically, ICE was like, we're finding all the criminals we can, sir. And Miller was like, criminals? Why aren't you going after regular families? Or something like that. Like, Miller was essentially like, if you want to deport them, like, why are you going after the hard ones to go after? Go after all of them, you know? Didn't he? Am I remembering that correctly? He essentially said he had like a Sith moment, I guess. I need a link. I don't actually think it was a hot mic. I think it was recorded by someone there. ICE agents were like, but Tom Homan said to go after criminals and Miller crashed out in them. Yeah, he actually like yelled at ICE agents because the whole we're going to go after dangerous criminals thing was a lie. Obviously, they just want to go after brown people. And Miller was like, what are you doing wasting time going after the criminals? Go after the brown people, you know? Here we go. Okay, thank you. ICE officials don't know who to arrest thanks to Stephen Miller. Miller had a meltdown over ICE supposedly failing to do the job with which he tasked them. Last week, 25 field directors from ICE's enforcement removal operations, as well as 25 special agents from Homeland Security, were called to Washington for a meeting. Officials told the Examiner the president's ghoulish immigration czar wasn't happy. Miller came in there and eviscerated everyone, said one official. You guys aren't doing a good job. You're horrible leaders. He just ripped into everyone. He had nothing positive to say about anybody, shot morale down. The official told the conservative outlet that Miller didn't want ICE to narrow its field to just undocumented immigrants with criminal records. Stephen Miller wants everyone arrested. Why aren't you at Home Depot? Why aren't you at 7-Eleven? The official recalled. When one ICE official pushed back against Miller's call to widen the deportation dragnet, citing Border Czar Tom Homan's claims that ICE's deportation efforts would target criminals, the deputy chief of staff seemed confused. What do you mean you're going after criminals? The official recounted Miller as saying. Miller got into a little bit of a pissing contest. He's like cartoonishly evil. He's not even like a Nazi. He's like a movie version of a Nazi, where all the Nazism is compressed into the dialogue that fits on screen in the short time that you have. Like, Jesus. Yeah, he's like the worst person alive on the planet. Oh, for sure, 100%. Yeah, he's definitely like Nuremberg material. Sorry, looking at another helicopter feed. Trump remarks live.
Serious insurrection, or less than that, we're going to have law and order. Very important. How would you define?
Is this live? He was talking in front of Air Force One earlier.
Look at the site. You have to see what's happening. Last night in Los Angeles, we watched it very closely. There was a lot of violence there. There was a lot of violence, and it could have gotten much worse. And you have an incompetent governor. Just take a look at the...
Hey, give me a feed that's covering this in front of Town Hall.
Like
someone find me a feed of this where these two women are speaking. Sorry, they might not be women. You can't tell because of wokeness these days.
You got to take care of this, otherwise I'm sending in the troops. That's what we did. Thank you very much. You have a question for Marco?
No, wait!
Question for Marco?
Fuck was that?
California officials could face federal charges if they stand in the way of the deportation. Something that Homan may have suggested.
If officials stand in the way of law and order, yeah, they will face charges. Thank you very much.
You're just listening in there.
Great stuff. Okay. Dirham? Here we go. Here's the City Hall protest. It's barely any people, man. I can't wait for them to come in with 50 times the number of people and absolutely obliterate this square with, like, tear gas and grenades. I don't know, Daffy Hat. Give me a bit. You go over the Marine attack helicopter deployed to LA. Yeah, apparently they're deploying the Marines, too. Why the music? Why the music? Why the Bond music? Why? I can't... TikTok, you autoplay, and I can't... Why the music? Serious? Like, okay, unironically, we need to take away your phones. It's a military crackdown on my city. Why the fuck is your attention span so short? You need 007 GoldenEye music playing over it. Most of you people weren't even alive when GoldenEye came out. It's mute. Jesus, yeah, they've got a Marine attack helicopter here. This is likely from earlier in the year, some showboat flyby thing. Yeah, let's just assume this is from the Syrian civil war, okay? Don't waste my time. I really don't want this to incite any more fighting in chat because, frankly, I don't have the energy for it. Man, I fucking wish we could get, like, a big LA protest with a fuck ton of American flags and people speaking Spanish. That shit, that's the most Los Angelian thing I could imagine, you know? That's what I want to see. CBS has another town hall view. Let's see if it's better. Seems to be about the same. Oh, okay, yeah, somebody said the TV18, these are Indian channels that rebroadcast. If you ever see this up here in the top left, it means they're pulling their feed from somewhere else. It's possible they're just pulling their feed from this, because it's almost in the same place. Then again, there are other reporters here with cameras, so, you know, who knows. Also, what does Chigra La Migra mean? I know what that means. I figured that one out. Fuck ICE? Okay. It's not the best chant. Here's JD Vance talking about the flags. I don't want to cite right-wingers as proof of my argument because they think that you're not American if you're not white, and I don't think that. Like, they would lie no matter what. I just think there are some people who might be a little bit more convinced by that kind of, like, optics, but, you know, it's not respectability politics. It's not like the Nazis are going to go, oh my God, the Hispanics are American too, or whatever. What about both flags? I mean, sure, I guess, but we're talking about America, man. Like, I don't know. If you're Mexican in America, in the sense that, like, your family came from Mexico, I don't know. This is like an American protest, right? We're talking about American law being broken, I suppose. You know, the weaponization of the American police, the American president. I feel like this is like an America thing. It's not like a cultural exchange thing, right? I don't know. Doesn't matter to me. Who the fuck cares? Oh my God, you do. Your overcommitted, exasperated response, Dr. Strange, indicates you in fact care more, perhaps even than I do. Okay, you admit it. You admit it.
Donald Trump, let's be clear, immigrants are welcome here.
All right, they could work a little bit on the chanting game, but it's okay. You know, it's not like I'm amazing at it. You know what I do with the chanting? I overcommit and my throat gets hoarse. Funny. And then I can't do it no more. I'm like, hey, I've got a loud voice. Let me contribute my talent, you know? And then I boom out something for like 2 minutes, then it's done. What matters is that they're having fun. Ludicrous seen crying a single tear. Hey, listen, okay, I'm sure he'd be with us on this. I don't know if he would. I don't know anything about him.
No justice, no peace, no ICE or police. No justice, no peace, no ICE or police. No justice, no peace, no ICE or police. 2, 4, 6, say abolish ICE, we can't wait. 2, 4,
all right.
6, 8, abolish ICE, we can't wait. 2, 4, 6, 8, abolish ICE, we can't wait. 2, 4, 6, 8, abolish ICE, we can't wait. 2, 4, 6, 8, abolish ICE, we can't wait. 2, 4, 6, 8, abolish ICE, we can't wait. 2, 4, 6, 8, abolish ICE, we can't wait. 2, 4.
Is this protest being organized by anyone? Like, are these presumed women? Are they in any kind of like organizational role, or are they just the ones on the truck? Like, it could be anyone up there. Seriously, is the crowd that small? Look, again, like, this wasn't like a organized protest. This all began because ICE was so open and belligerent. They raided these, like, restaurants and this factory workshop, and people just showed up to be angry at them. It's not really like an organized thing. That being said, man, it's Sunday in Los Angeles. What the fuck are these people doing? Lines? I don't know. I wish more people were out here. And I wish there were more white people out here, because I really don't like the... Listen, okay? As far as I'm concerned, as the moment you enter America, you're American. Congratulations, the stink is on you now, okay? This is an assault on all of our rights, you know? It's not just like, well, the rights of Mexicans in America. Yeah, they're being targeted disproportionately. There's no denying this. Of course, there's a heavy racial element, but we're also talking about, like, pardon me for being a liberal here, that kind of the soul of American democracy a little bit, just... It's a military occupation of a major city for no reason, apart from, like, orchestrating a, you know, manufactured crackdown. It's a big deal. Unironically, I think a lot of it's the car infrastructure. Not joking. Do you have any idea how shit it is to get to LA City Hall? Like, seriously. Like, oh, fine. Okay, and park where exactly? Oh, okay. Street parking 6 blocks away, only a 2-mile walk.
Who streets? Our streets. Who streets? Our streets. Who streets? Our streets. When Trump says get back, we say. Fight back. When Trump says get back, we say. Fight back. When Trump says get back, we say. Fight back. When Trump says get back, we say. Trump says get back, we say.
Well, you know. She looks very LA coded. Interesting. I wonder why that might be. I wonder who's going to show up to this. See, for crowd control, like here outside of City Hall, who would you expect to show up? LAPD, right? Well, yeah, that's their responsibility. But the National Guard shouldn't be here. The National Guard have been sent to protect ICE. The official memo written by Donald Trump ordering their nationalization and deployment said they were here to protect federal troops. And there's no reason ICE should be here. So technically, only the police should respond to this location. If anything different happens, if federal or military personnel show up here, that would be very interesting.
Money for jobs and education, not for ICE and deportation.
All right, that's pretty long. That's pretty long. I mean, yeah, you know, I agree with the sentiment. I like them long. That's the problem with girls these days, you know? Standards too high. That's what I'm saying.
No justice, no peace, no ICE or police.
Yeah, I've heard that one. Let's see what's going on down at the detention center. That is not the detention center. Ooh, not hiding behind the shield. Brave. I really don't want to make any, like, off-the-cuff statements here, because I don't want anyone in my audience who's fucking stupid to hear it and then do something stupid. But I will say that I generally think you can rely on the National Guard to be a little bit more disciplined than the police. Earlier, it was the police who were firing, I believe, not the National Guard. When the National Guard were backing up in line, they're military, they're much better trained than the average cop. Also, the average cop is getting like 8 hours of cop propaganda nailed into their head every day, telling them like, you are at war with crime. Any citizen can be a criminal. You must be ready. If you're not vigilant, you're not coming home to your wife to beat her. You know? Whereas with the military, they're mostly being shown like drawings of what Arabs look like. And say like, yeah, if you see one of those, basically. I don't know. It's just, it's a different culture. They don't have that same, like, ingrained paranoia, and they're probably a lot more confident in their ability to handle a crowd. Also, unlike police, a National Guardsman, by definition, is somewhat physically fit, because, you know, they're a soldier, right? So a cop who might feel uncomfortable if you get within 30 feet of them because they know they couldn't outrun, like, you know, like a child... they might shoot, whereas a National Guardsman, usually a bit more, you know, physical confidence there. I'm not saying you should antagonize them, okay? Please do not go up to the National Guardsmen in Los Angeles and treat them like the Queen's Guard in England, you know? With the big, tall, fuzzy hats. Don't, like, try to get them to laugh or something, all right? I'm not saying you should engage in that way. Use common sense. What the fuck is this thing Donald Trump posted?
They're coming out. They're coming out. They're coming out. Watch out. Watch out. Fuck
you. This is so fucking sad, dude. I know this is meant to be like the scary fascist, ooh, Law and Order crackdown. You literally have like a teenager laughing in the fucking video. Literally, like it's just a bunch of fucking paintball dipshits crouching down under the game. Oh, okay, you got us. Jesus Christ. Phenomenal. That was posted by the President of the United States of America. Fantastic. Fantastic.
Using the National Guard and federal law enforcement at this point from a law enforcement perspective seems to be premature from my perspective.
Really?
And John, our Matt Gutman was just in the middle of this crowd, some folks offering him water because he was coughing a little bit, just because a short time ago, half hour, 45 minutes ago, he said that there was some tear gas dispersed. He actually said the crowd is peaceful, and we've seen a lot of peaceful crowds, at least during the day. Then at night, it can turn violent. Last night, the LAPD telling us they arrested, 11 people. But as you were talking about your involvement...
Yeah, the LAPD has described today's protests as peaceful thus far, like officially. Also, I really, really, really wish that we had a more diverse range of descriptors for protests, because you have peaceful protests, but a violent protest sounds like they're going out and like trying to hurt or kill people. That's what, when I hear like violent protest, I think of like a race riot. I think of like the Tulsa race riot, like white people fucking stab, or I like the night of broken glass. I hear like crazy shit like that. But usually by violent protest, what they mean is like some guys are throwing tin cans at cops and like lighting shopping carts on fire. You know, I wish we need like a middle step. We need peaceful, rowdy, and violent. You know, they want it to be violent because that justifies the narrative, but they need the rowdy, or like, yeah, maybe they call it disobedient or something, but like, sure, because there are tons of protests that are rowdy or disobedient, but they're not like really dangerous, right? I mean, the one last night, were people throwing cans at cops? Sure. Did like anything fucking happen? No. There was traffic going on like 100 feet back. It was fine. People were taking photos.
Following what lawmakers are thinking about what is going on here.
I don't respect spread callers.
Yeah, so
Why?
Phil, what's interesting, I mean, this is really kind of playing out in real time. The president,
when did these become popular?
He left for Camp David, he was on that tarmac, he took some questions from reporters. He did not rule out potentially using active duty troops. We know this is something that had been floated out by Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth earlier in the week about using some of those Marines that are down there in Camp Pendleton just south of LA if this continues. But you know, the reaction here in Washington, it's really kind of cutting along party lines, and we saw that play out on ABC News Live earlier today.
Surprising.
Take a listen.
Before I let you both go, I do want to get your reactions to the president deploying the National Guard to Los Angeles as those protests there over ICE operations escalates. Congressman Sussman, let's start with you, and especially hearing from House Speaker Mike Johnson saying that he doesn't think deploying active duty Marines is heavy-handed. What do you make of that?
Well, first of all, this is an attack on a government agency. And so when you're seeing people that are going into these ICE facilities and trying to break in or protesting and causing harm to our law enforcement when they are a danger to our communities, this is a real problem. These aren't just people that are standing outside peacefully protesting. They're taking the law into their own hands, and that's just not going to be acceptable. This has happened in New Jersey, where other members of the Democrat Party actually helped try to break into an ICE facility. We're continuing to see this violence, and I don't think that we as Americans should put up with it. You know, whether it's in California or whether it's in Indiana, I don't care. The president needs to keep Americans safe. They can peacefully protest, but as soon as they start becoming violent, that's when it has to stop.
And Congresswoman Johnson, what's your response to that? Because he's mentioning violence, but Governor Gavin Newsom has said that, you know, deploying the National Guard would only escalate things.
My fucking news media, dude. No, like, nobody has the balls to take a position. Everyone's just like, well, we're going to hear from, you know, a Jew and from Goring, and we're just going to, like, decide whose take we like better, you know? I hate this shit. It is Nazi apologia, by the way. Also, who's this woman?
Local law enforcement that can deal with whatever disruptions are necessary. And
so she's on our side, you know, in the broad scope of things. I don't know. That other guy, is this perchance like that other guy was like a legislator and this woman is like a local activist or something? Because they love doing that. They love doing that. They love having a Republican politician on one side or like a member of the GOP. And then on the other side, like, yeah, here's a local lady who has nice glasses and she thinks that, you know, it's bad to kill Jews or something. And then like you just let the fine, intelligent people of America decide what they think is right.
Cutting along party lines. But again, President Trump today on that tarmac did not rule out using those active duty Marines. He was asked what would be the bar for him to make that phone call. And he said,
more Trump slap. A once great American city, Los Angeles, has been invaded and occupied by illegal aliens and criminals. Now violent insurrectionist mobs are swarming and attacking our federal agents to try and stop our deportation operations. But these lawless riots only strengthen our resolve. I'm directing Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, and Attorney General Pam Bondi, in coordination with all other relevant departments and agencies, take such action necessary to liberate Los Angeles from the migrant invasion and put an end to these migrant riots. Order will be restored, the illegals will be expelled, and Los Angeles will be set free. Thank you for your attention to this matter. He loves that cap off. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. I think they're really doing it, guys. I think they're using this as their Reichstag burning moment.
Thank you very much. You have a question for Marco? Question for Marco?
Hearing the California officials could face federal charges if they stand in the way of the deportation. Something that Holden may have suggested.
If they stand in the way of law and order, yeah, they will face charges. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I don't know. They might really go in for this. I don't know. It's such a waste of time to like argue with their framing because it's so obviously delusional. Like they so clearly want to have a gigantic George Floyd style protest to crack down on. They want like 1 million people in the streets so they can go, oh, we have no choice but to use the military. But in reality, they have terrifying. It looks very violent. Yeah, if it wasn't this, it would be another excuse, but they're clearly not like waiting, you know? My guess is, and remember, okay, listen, I'm not trying to make this like, oh, well, I said so or whatever. However, I do think it's worth pointing out, I argued a while ago that you could expect to see the worst of the Trump administration early because there's a limited length of time that he has before he's burned through his public support on his ability to handle immigration. His approval numbers on basically every metric have been dropping steadily, rebounding in some cases, but overall dropping since he became president. This happens to all presidents, but he started from the lowest position ever, and since then he's fallen quite quickly. So, yeah, the downward trend has been significant. And as time goes on, like, it will be harder and harder to do something like, I don't know, justifying signing the Insurrection Act, justifying deploying the military to a city like Los Angeles. He needs to act now. Do you think he'll be more or less able to do this a year from now? Another year of a waning, flagging economy, You know, prices going up, unemployment, whatever. You know, things are just worse. There's a malaise. Everyone's sick of his shit. You know, it's been a year now of ICE raids every single time they get stuck up in the city because no one likes them and they're too incompetent. A year from now, the odds are worse for them. So they think, okay, let's do it now. It looks like they're doing it now. Right now, there are only a few members of the National Guard over here. Oh, change your camera angle. What about you? Nope, not that one. Here we go. There's only a few members of the National Guard here, but they're looking to deploy 2,000 in total, at minimum, and also possibly the Marines. There's only a few dozen National Guardsmen here. Do you have any idea how many 2,000 people is? 2,000 National Guardsmen is enough to occupy the United States. Wait, sorry, not the United States. Los Angeles. 2,000's a little shy of what you need to occupy the entire United States. It's enough to occupy a significant part of Los Angeles, though. That's for sure. And I still have questions that haven't been answered. Where are they going to sleep? Like, are they going to get a per diem? Is every soldier going to get a credit card and say, go find a hotel room? Are they going to be sleeping in parking lots? Are they going to be setting up military bases with like tents and camps and stuff? Because normally when the National Guardsmen are brought in, right, like they have a pre-existing arrangement that the federal government has brokered with local industry to try to secure them sleeping arrangements. Do you think Hegseth has succeeded in doing that? Do you think that within like the few days he's had at most to prepare for this, that he's like managed to find thousands of beds? I don't think so. I don't know, man. I feel like we're going to see some goddamn, yeah, some Firefest shit. You're going to have National Guardsmen out in parking lots, blocking a few roads. I mean, if they're paying for hotel prices at the rate they'll be going for in Los Angeles, I don't know. I don't know. They have tents, I think. I know, just don't you think it'd be a little bit destabilizing to have like 2,000 or however, I don't know if they bunk up like butt buddies, you know, the blowjob brothers, 2 people to a tent. 1,000 tents? Where? Parking lots? I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, they're definitely trying for it. They are definitely trying for it. Aren't tent cities illegal in LA? That's how we win, brother. We galvanize LAPD against the National Guard, okay? LAPD walks up and they're like, excuse me, sir, you're gonna need to find somewhere else to sleep tonight. Like tapping their baton against the opening of the tent. They can set up on Skid Row. Honestly, $2K is not enough to occupy even a small city in LA County. All right, I feel like I may have poorly communicated the point. What I mean is 2,000 soldiers in the city are enough to have a meaningful material presence in a significant part of it. Like, you can't just, like, you don't see police out and about for the most part, right? You see a car every now and again. You don't see, like, oh, there's the police tent barracks that they've established in the middle of the interstate. What I'm talking about is visible, obvious occupation. You know, the memo that Trump signed has them here for 60 days? Up to 60 days. But at what point are the National Guard going to leave? This is what the protests look like right now. Like, what's you know, mission accomplished here? When there's not a single protester anywhere in the entirety of the 13 million people who live in Los Angeles County? Like, when do you declare victory here? The protests are never going to stop as long as there are National Guardsmen in an open encampment, yeah, in downtown Los Angeles. It's just not going to happen. I don't know. Maybe that's the point. That's the point. Yeah, but like, to what end? Are we overplaying with a bad hand? Are people dispersing? Looks like people are dispersing from the... Are they moving? Yeah, they're moving to the other protest? It doesn't look like they're being cleared out. I mean, there would be more tear gas. They want to justify a crackdown. Look, I understand what they're doing in the abstract here, okay? I understand it. And the rhetoric coming out from the right now is bloodthirsty as fuck, okay? Trump is literally like fucking okay, where's the Trump bit? What he said? Oh god damn it. Where is it? It was Asin, or however the hell you pronounce this. There's too many. Which one?
Those protests spreading to other cities, Chicago, New York, for example, in the next few days?
We're going to be watching it very closely. And when they spit at people, you know, they spit. That's their new thing. They spit, and worse, you know what they throw at them, right? And when that happens, I have a little statement. They say, they spit, we hit. And I told them, nobody's going to spit on our police officers. Nobody's going to spit on our military, which they do as a common thing. They get up to them this far away and then they start spitting in their face. That happens, they get hit very hard.
It's stupid. Like, it's a low IQ bit, right? But like the obvious implication to this is like you're going there looking for a fight. Like, this has nothing to do with law. Okay, I'm saying shit that's obvious. What I mean to say is they are being open about the fact that civil unrest is not actually what they're there to quell. They're just there to look for a fight. Nobody talks like this unless they're looking for a fight. You have a friend, they're going to the bar. You know some people you don't like are going to be at the bar. They're like, hey, if anyone looks at me the wrong way, I'm going to fucking punch him. Like, obviously this person is not prioritizing a calm evening at the bar. Like, the rhetoric, it's obvious, but they're being open with it. I don't know, man. I guess it just comes down to, like, to what extent the National Guard actually inflame tensions. Because they are better trained than the police, and certainly better trained than ICE. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like there are two... Okay, this is kind of dumb. But I feel like there are two, like, best-case scenarios, and they're on the opposite sides of the horseshoe, right? One of them is that the military occupies LA and there's just no protests because, like, nothing's happening. Like, everyone's just chilling. And then we get 60 days or so of dramatic video footage of just troops occupying Los Angeles. Just like weird freak authoritarian shit that unsettles everybody. No goal is accomplished. There's no big narrative about, like, a crackdown of evil immigrants or whatever. And the other one is that there is protesting and it's so widespread within Los Angeles and so, like, you know, universal, right? Like, it's across the city, it's from many different groups of people, that there's not really any way to cordon it, right? I think either case potentially could be good. The worst case scenario, in my opinion, would be small, highly agitated protests from, you know, delinquents or young, angry people who are, like, throwing rocks at National Guardsmen, which is the worst middle ground, because if you're in a protest, you want it to be a big protest, and if you're up against National Guardsmen, you really don't want to throw rocks at them. I cannot stress this enough, okay? I promise you, it is not worth being told by your Twitter friends that you're not a pussy, okay? I promise you, like, just be the pussy. You don't need to throw rocks at the National Guardsmen. It wouldn't even hurt them. They've got helmets on that are supposed to take bullets, okay? You don't want to do this.
Do you foresee those protests spreading to other cities, Chicago, New York?
We just saw that bit.
California, are you prepared to invoke the Insurrection Act?
Depends on whether or not there's an insurrection. No, but you have violent people, and we're not going to let them get away with it.
California.
Do you think if Democrats continue to side with illegal aliens over law enforcement, that they'll ever be able to...
Mr. President, sir, why are the Democrats gay and cringe and they're, like, love black people or something? Why are you based?
...a national election again?
I love this guy. I think that is the great... Who are you with? Breitbart News. Great. It's a great group. Breitbart. Great group. I think that you're going to see some very strong law and order.
Great stuff.
CNN's Dana Bash suggesting that this wasn't a real riot in Los Angeles.
Is that what she said? Oh, I think it was a riot. I think it was very bad. It was covered really as a riot by...
Right. Oh, by the way, don't expect too much support from local local officials. The Mayor Bass of Los Angeles was decrying the violence of the protesters last night because she's a bitch-ass pussy motherfucker. Honestly, the most consistent messaging has been from the Los Angeles Police Department because they've more or less been on the same line the whole time, which is we denounce any violence, but also we're not assisting ICE with their civil immigration enforcement. And Gavin Newsom has been on the correct side of things. Not to give that man any credit, but my understanding is that his messaging, for the most part, has been pretty decent. 6 minutes ago, every single Democratic governor agrees Donald Trump's attempts to militarize California are an alarming abuse of power. He's tweeting through it. California, don't give Trump what he wants. Speak up, stay peaceful, stay calm. Do not use violence. Respect the law enforcement officers that are trying their best to keep the peace. Of course he would say this. Making fun of Trump. Making fun of Trump, saying that masks will not be allowed to be worn at protests. Trump doesn't really have the authority to make that decision. Things are happening on camera. Oh, shit. They're arresting people. Oh, don't give me a TikTok link. What the hell is this? It's not even loading. This TikTok is broken because it's from fucking China. Ridiculous. Nothing. Nothing. Nothing? Oh, something. Yep, that's something. And yep, it's the police instigating. They got bored? Yeah, probably. LAPD or ICE? That's LAPD. Moving out. It looks like they're having fun with it. This is live here on 33. Got an injury? Eh, got donked. Yeah, I'll tell you your problem, okay? Your hat's not protecting the top of your head. There's a hole in your hat. Yeah, you'll be okay.
Something to just keep this on. Yeah, put your hand on top of it. Keep some pressure on that. There you go. Have a bandana in your backpack?
Focus. He should be taken to a hospital? Well, then you go bring him. What are they moving out for? They're advancing, but I don't know why. 1 second. One sec, I have to send this over. One sec. Hardest job in the world, etc. Okay, get that over.
They start coming this way. Fucking kid!
Okay, I'm back. Do we know why they started shooting them? No, I don't know why the cops decided to move forward. It looks like they might have gotten some arrests. I think I saw earlier. I don't know what they're like. What is this guy holding right now? Ooh. Yeah, I see it. Okay, let me see if I can find a different feed. There's this one. This one's more or less the same place. What about this one? Ooh, nice and clear. Okay, this gives us a clearer... Okay, this isn't the City Hall location, correct? We're following the protests that have been pushed back from the ICE detention facility, which is right next to the freeway. And just to confirm that... Okay, where's the one... No. Where's the one at the City Hall? I don't think any of these cameras are following City Hall right now.
Day of clashes. Martha?
Trevor Alt in Los Angeles.
That's great, lady. Box 11 has air view. Sorry about all the jumping between cams. Okay, yeah. Oh, wait. Confirm. Okay, yeah, the right. Okay, the right of the overpass. I see. Okay, I know where this is. So there are no feeds on City Hall right now? What happened to that protest? City Hall? Okay, let me see City Hall. Looks like City Hall's got a good crowd going now. It also looks like no police presence here, at least not, like, antagonistic police presence. That's good. Okay, we'll keep an eye on this, but right now it looks chill. It's gotten big.
You do not get paid up to do that. Don't follow unjust orders.
No, leave the area.
No, you go home. Don't follow unjust orders. Put it down.
I got it. Sorry? Back up.
Where are the protests? The big one's in front of City Hall right now. Not me. It's not me. I have fiber. I have gigabit internet. It's not me.
Pretty tense situation here.
I wonder why the cops moved forward. ICE might be moving out. Like ICE is stationed at the at that facility, right? So it's possible they moved out so they could start driving around and do whatever the fuck they want to do. If that's the case, helicopters will probably follow them.
It shows you just how volatile the situation is.
Why do they have their batons pulled? It's a standard position for riot cops to take. Well, technically, they're not supposed to help with civil immigration enforcement, which they're not. They are still allowed to do crowd control to protect ICE, which they are. I'm sorry, lady. See, clearly you haven't graduated from YouTube Politics Academy, and I was trying not to hold it against you. Yeah, get owned, protester. 50 years in the ICE detention facility. Get in there. Oh, hello. Oh boy. Fox 11 stream cops are doing things. Why wouldn't you link that when you say that? What would, oh wow, that City Hall protest's gotten quite big. Not huge, but respectable. Here you go. Okay. What am I looking at? Where is this? Is this right outside the detention facility? Is this just an area that didn't get pushed back by the cops? Where are we? It looks like we're right out. Yeah, we're on Alameda, so we're right outside the detention facility, right? Wait. Oh, thank you for zooming out, helicopter man. No, this isn't that. No, we're on a different corner. What are we doing here? Just a different line right here? About 5 minutes ago, they hit a protester with a car or with a baton. Yeah, I think we're down the street. We're not directly in front. This must be where they pushed the line on the other side. By the car, by the looks of it, rewind. Oh yeah, I can rewind here. Okay, yeah. Most of the live feeds don't let you rewind. Okay. Okay, here, hold on. Okay, so this is them holding... This is where we were looking at a second ago with the other live stream. Okay, this is like a really good, like, fucking RTS isometric view of what's going on. Okay, so that over there is where they pushed back in that direction. Okay, now let's move ahead a little bit. Okay, right? Yeah, people there. We were looking. They're honking and beeping, beeping and honking. That's right. Honk, 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 beep, beep, beep. Okay, now we're okay. Zoom out, zoom back. Look at this gorgeous mission-style architecture in Los Angeles. When it's done right, it's beautiful. Hey, is that Union Station? Yeah, it is. I love Union Station, even if it's stinky. Focus. Focus! I'm focusing. Right, yeah, this is the one. Okay, and then, okay, here we go. Oh, it's down the street in this direction. Okay, okay. Okay, that makes sense. So, okay, so here's the lineup, okay? This right here is the overpass we were just looking at up close. Pan to the left. This is the ICE detention facility. Right down there, this triangle, this is where we were looking at the line of National Guardsmen for a while, before the cops and guardsmen pushed people back away from the facility. And down here is where they pushed the line in this direction. Okay. Okay, nice. Now, what happened? Somebody got hit? Cops moving. This lady's chilling. Pushing people further back. Okay. Car moving. People moving in. I don't know if I'm going to see anyone getting hit. It doesn't look like the car gets to move very much. It's surrounded by people. Not that I wanted to see someone get hit. I was just curious. Anyway, we now have a better understanding of where everything is. Oh. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. Are they coming from City Hall? Is that a march from City Hall, or is that an entirely separate group of people? I think that's an entirely separate group of people. Hold on. That's the Dodger Stadium. Look, oh, beautiful. Mwah, perfect architecture. Love that. Hey! No time for rec check. They're still here. Okay, what about City Hall? Where's City Hall? I see people throwing things. This one could get violent. Is this the same feed we were just looking at? KTVU Fox 2. This is Fox 11. We'll stick with Fox 11. They're covering the same thing. Don't cops usually try to direct them all together and then start arresting after encircled? Yes, but that big crowd of people that were moving down in this direction towards this group, it didn't look like they were being followed by cops. It looks like that was an entirely separate group. Does anyone have any live feed of the City Hall protest? Because I've lost it. The one that was doing the City Hall protest, it went offline. Looks like the cops got circled. Yeah, this is a really bad position for the police. Like, what I mean by that is that the police are going to get agitated. You know, they're like animals in a corner. Yeah, okay, see, this big crowd, I don't think that's coming from City Hall. I think that's a different crowd. Interesting, Bolshevik Y2K. I didn't know that. Yeah, when this group of people merges up with that crowd that's already down with the cops, I have a feeling that's going to get nasty. The cops are already pretty penned in there. They're surrounded from the back, too. Any feed on Town Hall? On the City Hall? I just want to confirm... Oh, yeah, cops are backing up. What the cops want to do here is form a line, but they can't because they're surrounded on the sides. And if they back up, rather than, like, get the sides, like, people move in to fill the space. Now they want to leave. Well, they can't leave they can't go too far because they are trying to guard the detention facility. Apologies for TikTok, but it's a close-up of that confrontation. Okay, but what about City Hall? Yeah, this is... Okay, really quickly, let me confirm something. So 1540, and this is when City Hall started marching. So your contention is that is the city... Holy shit. That is the City Hall group? It is. Okay, okay. The crowd of people moving down the street are a detachment from City Hall. Maybe not all of them. Okay. And they're about to meet up with this. Yeah, this looks pretty bad. There looked like there were, what, a few hundred people at City Hall, maybe? Ugh. The cops can avoid a confrontation here if they back up to the corner. They need to back way the fuck up, though, to the point where they have a line, rather than, like, a little blob around the car. Come on. Not now. Okay, cops are backing up, which is good.
This guy. I love this guy.
Hell yeah, man.
Be careful.
Are you blind? Okay, wait. I want to see this from above. It looks like the cops... Not this. Okay, the cops are backing up, thank God. If violence breaks out here, it's the cops' fault. And wow, the crowd met the other crowd. Yeah. Okay. If violence breaks out here, it's the cops' fault, okay? It's their responsibility to control crowds. That's literally their fucking job. Them occupying, like, surrounding a car, just, like, in the middle of an open area, like, ridiculous. But they're backing up, which they should do. They should do that. That's a lot of people.
I'm gonna stay right here, guys, where it's safe.
This feed is no longer near the front. No hate to the Queen of LA, but we'll be sticking with this for a little bit. Yeesh.
But we will be right.
Yeah, look at that. Look at... Okay, it looks like only some of the people moved from City Hall down. Not all of them. And this helicopter left. Ah, look at that beautiful Los Angelian... Okay, so over at the overpass, it looks like they're getting pushed back further.
Leave the area. Keep walking southbound. Walk southbound. Go southbound. Let's go. Leave the area. Leave the area.
Mexico car.
Follow command.
Okay, all right, Buster. No, I get it. No, I'm shaking in my boots. They're holding here? What are they... Why would they hold here? What was the point of them taking this intersection? Are they trying to move cars out? Hassan will soon be there. Well, I hope he stays safe. Okay. Okay, and what about the other? What happened? What happened? Cars move through. Cops are still backing up. Cops hold. Everyone's leaving. Back to City Hall? Huh. Guys, I can't believe it. I think they might actually be avoiding a violent breakout here. Maybe someone got hurt in the interim that I didn't notice or something, but that could have turned out way worse. I'm glad the cops backed up that much. They're going to the jail protest. I guess they have the numbers. Oh, what are we doing over here? We're having fun? Having fun? Can I get like a helicopter feed of that? Maybe? That's from across the overpass. Who knows where this is? This protest coordination's amazing. I've seen worse. Oh boy. Okay. Fox 13 Seattle. What are we doing? Okay. Yep. The chat was correct. They moved back from that line of cops. Actually, the crowd coordination here was really good. They pushed back the line of cops and gave themselves the they consolidated and moved everyone over to the detention center where they're up against the National Guardsmen. Also, anyone else notice how before there were like a few hundred people there, but now it looks like there's a few thousand? That grew very quickly. They're all paid, of course. Oh, yeah, obviously. Your Soros bucks will be deposited shortly. That's a lot of people. They could flood the entire area. This is too many people for them to do for them to push back. Once you have this many people in a protest, you can't just like take a line push because you do a crowd crush. That'll kill people. You have to disperse them very carefully or you could end up killing a ton of people. ABC7 Heli is back live. Then blink! Do we have any numbers on how many are out there? Just ballparking it, looking at it, I would guess maybe 2,500. But we're only seeing like fragments of the larger crowd. Okay.
Meetup.
Perfect.
As we see lots of signs, a lot of anger towards the federal government, ICE, and Department of Homeland Security. And we see flags from several nations being displayed here in this crowd. This looks like a peaceful march, but it has not always been peaceful. As I said, we saw bottles and projectiles thrown at officers as they got rowdy. Moving the line here. This is the center of focus for these demonstrators, this federal detention center, as ICE has made several moves throughout the city the last few days to take people into custody. The government has said among them have been gang members, foreign members of gangs. We obviously, at this point, don't have documentation or proof that that is the case.
Okay, but say it anyway, sure.
That this administration has been a bit sloppy in its roundup of the people they are looking for, at times getting ordinary citizens, at times mistakenly taking people into custody, and at other times mistakenly sending people to mega prisons in foreign countries. We saw several people sent to Supermax prison in El Salvador. One of them has now been brought back to the U.S. That is Kilmar Abrego Garcia. And they have found charges to file against him, so he remains in detention. But
all right, not to take away from this guy's, point. Anyone else noticing how there are no LAPD here? Did the LAPD let these people in? Look, they gave up on the line. Oh boy, they gave up on the lines they were holding on both sides of the street. What are they doing? Oh, that's a lot of people. Yeah, that's more than 2,000 for sure. Definitely more than 2,000.
Demonstration. Yesterday, we saw crowds gathering about 10 or 11 a.m. in the city of Paramount outside of Home Depot. It was thought there was going to be another ICE raid there. It turned out that there was actually a DHS facility across the street from that Home Depot, and ICE agents had been gathering there. It was a bit of a staging point where they could...
Not to sound overly nervous, but this is a really, really, really dangerous place for a crowd to form. Because the direction they would be pushed away initially would be out from the facility. There's only one way to go. I mean, they're walled in on 3 sides here. It's very, very narrow. And judging by the number of people still coming in, I mean, this could be... Okay, all of the LAPD are over here. For some reason. Not on both sides of the facility. I don't really get it, but, you know, I'm not a cop. Crowd crush incident? I mean, hopefully not. That'd be pretty bad. Why is this door open? Oh, okay. Okay, there's LAPD.
To some kind of bottlenecking, which is potentially dangerous. When you get this large crowd of people, they are not allowing them to go up. I believe that's Alameda past the Roybal Federal Detention Center. We see some weaponry.
They're firing
non-lethals are being pointed, or are those just... I can't tell whether those are just nightsticks or whether those
I'm pretty sure I saw a rubber slug bounce off.
Point, but I did see a flash of smoke. Throughout the last couple days, 48 hours, 72 hours, they are firing. Okay, so we have some possibly flashbangs, some pepper balls being put into the air here. I know I saw some reporting from this area on cable news. CNN's reporter said that both she and their cameraman have been dealing with pepper spray in the air all afternoon. It's kind of a hazard of this job in this situation, and they continue to fire. It looks like either flashbangs or pepper balls. But here we go. This California National Guard, along with, I believe, LAPD officers, are holding this line now, pushing back against this group of
Are they going to stop here?
That have entered this space here.
No.
Now, you have to wonder whether law enforcement just did not
Why
want to
did
take
they
a
let
chance
them
with this
in?
large of a crowd outside of their gates.
Well,
you don't want
I
to
know,
have a breach here
kettling,
in a
but...
federal facility like this, and they are now pushing back. It does seem, at this point, peaceful. That has not always been the case. We have seen some bottles lobbed into the crowd. This is a camera on the right. Our ground crew
what about what the cops have done?
Is looking front of the line here with those National Guardsmen and women who are pushing back. It looks like, because at times the press is corralled off to the sides. That looks to be the case here. So they're dealing with where the press is going to go. And we see one photographer there pushed back from that front line. So they're trying to keep the crowd separate from the facility, keeping the press cordoned off to the side in a safe position, although when pepper spray is being fired, there's really no safe space once you're breathing that air. And so we'll see how this plays out here. Again, day 3 of unrest.
I really wish the helicopter camera person would pan out, because I want to see how compressed this crowd is going back. I want to see like how far back it goes. Because so far, the crowd is actually moving back with pace with the cops, which is good for, you know, the whole avoiding crowd crush thing. But if it ever gets too compacted back, okay, it looks like there's space. Okay, they're out at the intersection at least, so people can kind of disperse a little more evenly. My guess then, well, wait, that's not an intersection. That's a parking lot entrance. Okay, that's the intersection. It looks like people are mostly walking back to here. That's probably for the best for their safety. Probably for the best. If these people in the back were still moving forward towards the front, that would be pretty dangerous for the people right up front. Okay.
Might have had to turn around. I'm waiting to see whether this is where the windshield of that unit was shattered. And... but this was a tenuous situation. This was the point where I was talking about, where these officers showed pretty impressive restraint because they are now surrounded. They are...
Jesus Christ. This is earlier. Yeah, it says earlier. Officers are showing restraint. Fuck this guy. Who was doing ABC7 yesterday? I like that guy. Remember that guy? That guy was good. I like that guy.
Several batons.
I don't like that.
It looked like the crowd was the aggressor there, not the police.
They're trying to gain very aggressive from the crowd right here. Yep.
And people are stepping in. It looks like one person might have fallen, and we are seeing batons being wielded here.
Delivering decisive blows to the cops' baton with their bodies.
Clearly not happy about it, and we will see where this leads.
This guy. Fuck this guy. I'm muting you. If I unmute you, I'm just arguing with you. The cops might be more aggro than they need to. Well, of course they're going to be more aggro than they need to. The cops might be agitated by the fact that they don't have enough people. This ratio of cops to protesters is way the fuck off. I don't know why there are so few here. It's literally like a one-man deep line, you know? They're literally hitting old people and women up front. Listen, cops only do that when they're feeling distressed, okay? It's the same guy, man. This fucking guy. I feel like he was the one who was beating on them earlier, too. Okay, the cops are moving the cars forward so they can hold this area. They're holding right here. Okay.
Which looks like it is shut down. Is the southbound 101 shut down? I don't see any traffic on that. And the right is the northbound side, and they appear to be stopped as well. Looks like that officer that had done a traffic break just cleared up the northbound side of the 101 freeway. The southbound side is now stopped. It is shut down, no traffic making its way through downtown Los Angeles on the 101 freeway going southbound.
Frontline copy. Let's check the feeds. Wow. That crowd is now very densely packed. Okay, now I feel like we're... Oh, more cops coming. So they can double line. This crowd is very compacted. This is dangerous. It's like it's this area. I can't tell the cops apart. Yeah.
Center. I can't see the insignia on their uniform, but they're wearing dark uniforms. That is not National Guard. I don't know if it's LAPD or staff at the facility itself trying to push this crowd back. They had made their way. There was another large demonstration, at least 1,000 people gathering on the other side of
They can't move
City
back
Hall,
very well.
And
See?
it looked like these two crowds have now converged.
Ew.
And
Hamas leader died.
I don't know if it just became too much for these officers to handle. They didn't want to take the risk, or something had happened where an order was given to move these people back. But that is the battle right now. We see armed here with batons on the front line. That officer behind has the either flashbangs or pepper balls that he continues to fire at the feet. There's another round fired off at the feet of these demonstrators. And these things do hurt. You know, if you're hit by one of these projectiles, it is going to hurt. We saw one man yesterday with welts all along his back, and here we see more confrontations, more swinging of batons, backing these people up, the firing of non-lethals. These officers doing whatever they can to move this crowd back. There are the agitators who step up, and that kind of everyone winds up paying the price for that. If you're there in a peaceful mode and someone behind you, or
I fucking hate this commentator. We're not unmuting that feed again. Okay, broader view. No, this is old. Oh yeah, it's old. It's not live. Okay, that's zoomed in. This is on the overpass, not what we're looking at. Okay. IRT Media is behind the line here. Got a press pass, huh? Dragging this guy. Don't really know what the deal was there. Wait, they dragged him back into the crowd? The LAPD has not yet made the decision to prioritize arrests. We don't know what their strategy is, but if they wanted to start arresting people, they could have done so by now. They have a clear back line they could drag people into. Right now, they're just pushing people back. They probably will at some point make that call, though. Yeah, right now they're just beating people up. Can we get your feed fucking fixed, man? Come on. A 4-foot-tall cop is pushing media back. Okay, sorry, this guy's feed is too laggy. Sorry. Oh, boy. Oh, this is behind. Okay, this is when they were dragging this fellow who had his pants half down. So this is a bit behind.
In a position where they, including those who were in a position where they should not have been.
Oh my fucking god, I unmute this guy for 1 second and I immediately regret it. Oh my god. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Every time. More cops coming.
Side, cars were still stopped there. I imagine at this point it is shut down in both directions. I don't know why they would just stop the southbound and not the north.
Well, I'm happy to get the traffic update. Have they pushed them back to the intersection yet? We're not using that one anymore. This guy's being kept far from the front line. General rule, bad idea when the cops keep media away from the front line. Where is this? These, okay, these are media. They're pulling cars forward. Oh, they're... Oh, wait, okay. They're getting this guy's pants? I don't understand what's going on here. Oh, he had stilts! That's why his legs were so freakishly long. He had stilts on. I don't understand what's going on here. Wait, are those stilts? Why are they pulling his pants off? He was a stilt guy? He was a stilts guy? Okay, I don't understand what's going on here. They're stealing his dang pants, okay? This is a pride thing, I guess.
Continues on the front line of this this line between demonstrators and officers. And again, things remain very tense. The push is constant for these demonstrators to go backwards.
To where?
And anytime you see a crowd start to be forced into a situation where they are bunched up like this, you have the potential for some very dangerous situation. If something were to happen...
Okay, sorry, I'll stop unmuting him. Just pushing it for the love of the game. Okay, we've got the stilts cam guy over here. I don't know. They're trying to take his stilts off, but he's welded it to his knees, so maybe not. I don't know. Okay, my assumption is that they're trying to push the crowd out to the intersection because that's the only reasonable place they could be trying to pull them out to. I don't know if they're going to hold that line. They have enough officers that they could hold a line like that, even though it's relatively wide. They're almost at the intersection, aren't they? Doesn't it begin right here? Do I see the curb right here, or is that just my mind playing tricks on me? No? Okay, maybe I'm wrong on that. I feel like they got to be getting close to it, though. I want to know what the cops do once they reach the intersection. Cameraman, can you just zoom out just a little bit? Vosh, I'm at the protest right now. Okay, well, keep your head down, all right? Okay, here we go, here we go. How close are we? Okay, we're right up against the intersection. Okay. I'm glad that we're almost there because that means the likelihood of a crowd crush is decreasing. It also looks like they're not trying to really kettle this crowd because as far as I'm aware, there are no cops moving in from either of the two streets at the T intersection. The other two streets, I mean. Like, the cops could absolutely fuck these people up if they had a dozen or so fellas coming from one of the other streets. Hopefully they don't. I mean, it's possible we just ain't seen them, but if they do, they could, yeah. They are still pushing the crowd back rather than dispersing the crowd, which is good.
Whether there were inhumane treatment, the inhumane treatment of detainees inside this facility. Reports that women, children, babies were being held without beds, without meals, just snacks and not proper sanitary accommodations.
Gonna mute before he says this is a good thing. Hey, SoCal Shorts. Police surrounding from the other side. Fuck, where is this? Is this the other? Yeah, the detention facility is... Wait, where is this? I have a good mental map. Okay, there's the on-ramp. This is the other end of the street? Okay, okay, gotcha. We want to keep focused on this side then, for now.
To be allowed access. It happened back in May. In New Jersey, members of Congress were not allowed access. They were denied. The mayor of Newark was placed under arrest. He was later
it's okay, guys.
set
He's
free and
cooking.
charges were dismissed, but the Trump administration then filing charges against a sitting member of Congress saying she had assaulted members of ICE. Video appears to show the exact opposite.
ASMR
but that
to
will
kill
be played
yourself,
out
too.
in court. And then again yesterday, Jimmy Gomez leading and Norma Torres leading a delegation of local congresspeople to enter this facility, and they were denied access. They are now asking the Department of Homeland Security, Kristi Noem, to initiate an investigation into why that would happen.
I believe this is where SoCal Shorts is, this area
and
on the
Kristi
right.
Noem and a Department of Homeland Security that has been combative to any checks on their authority in this situation. And so once again, we will see how this plays out. But when the higher power is the authority you're trying to check, that makes it a little difficult. And we saw those 4 members of Congress denied access. Lou Correa was one from Orange County, 2 members of Congress from the Inland Empire, and Jimmy Gomez, who represents downtown LA, including this very detention center that he was trying to gain access to. So things appear to be a little calmer now. It looks like the line has now been gained of where they wanted to back this crowd up to. It looks like the intersection of Temple and Alameda is completely...
I don't want to overanalyze, but I also don't want to overestimate the police, like in any capacity. I really feel like they were rolling the dice on a dispersal there. Like, why the fuck weren't the police holding this line to begin with? They've had enough officers here the whole time. They could have just established this line and let people fall back to it when that crowd in front of the car moved back. Like, that would have been pretty easy to manage, I feel. I know it's difficult to manage crowds. Like, I'm not saying, oh, like, if they wanted to, they could have done it easily, but I think they could have done it. It seems like they let it get all the way back to the detention center and pushed it out, maybe because they were looking to see if they could get an excuse to disperse.
Marked raids in these situations. And so that has people questioning whether it can be believed when the Trump administration says they are only picking up gang members and violent criminals when you see the Garment District raided, or you see...
Dispersal issue's been ordered, FYI. At what location? Outside of the detention facility or on Alameda? If it's on Alameda, then and they're not obeying, then all these people are probably going to get, like, tear gassed eventually. My guess is they just would have ordered it for outside of the facility. LAPD Central. The incident commander has declared an unlawful assembly in the area of Alameda between Temple and Aliso Street. Okay, they might be fine here then. If it's just between Temple and Aliso Street, I assume that's the 2 streets they're between. Hold on, let me pull up maps. Alito and Temple Street. No? Wait, why did I say Alito? Oh, because Aliso. Alameda. 1 second. Almost got it. It's a good number of people. Here it is. Okay. Good news, guys. It looks like the dispersal just applied to that section of the street. Look. Here's Alameda running north-south. This right here is the massive federal building, the detention center. This triangle is where you've been seeing the National Guardsmen hold the line for a while. And the area of dispersal ran from Aliso Street, that's right here, and Temple, which is where they are. This is where the crowd is currently, this intersection. Okay. Nice crowd. Yeah, see? You see it? Are you mapping it in your head? It's a depressingly small number of people considering current events. Considering the fact that it's basically impromptu and it's being done not even in response to any particular action, I think it's pretty okay. Honestly, I'm impressed with the crowd. Moving between City Hall and the federal detention facility like they did, like in a big cohesive group. It must have just been, they were just following orders off a loudspeaker. I mean, it wasn't like it was pre-planned or anything, I bet. It's pretty good. Film the Police LA is live at the protest. Let's see. Their feed is lagging. Vertical format.
Damn, dumbass right here just pulled right in front of me. No, you are. I was watching. You pulled from right to left. I just think you're a fucking idiot. Just shut up. You're away from everything. You swore right into me, you dumbass.
All right, doing good.
I take a spill there. I was due for a spill, but
hell yeah, man.
Dumbass bumped right into me.
Well, it seems that this guy's busy with other stuff right now, so we'll check back in on him in a few, okay? Whoa! Copter shot another copter. It's crazy how far away they're filming this from, you know? I mean, they're like a mile away. Is America's Tiananmen Square moment likely to happen in the future? You know, America's had Tiananmen Square moments. Like, police/military killing protesters isn't a China-only thing. Okay, well.
This is Eyewitness News with live breaking news.
Oh, that's ABC 7, sorry. You're leaving? Somebody needs to invent a helicopter with more fuel. They're pushing them back harder.
Hey, if the cars move up, we can move up.
Hey, you kill someone back here? What's going on? Oh boy. Going back like a minute.
Going all the way to Australia.
Okay, let's take a look at how this devolved rapidly.
They said it was like 2,000. I think it's
Everything's stable. People are sitting.
I don't know now. Hard to tell when you're that close.
Someone screamed really loud. crowd's moving west. Okay, car comes in. Please push us forward. They decide to fuck this guy up for some reason. What are they doing to him? Fondling his nuts.
Right now, this car's still here, so we can't.
Vamos a estar muy atentos, Rey, tanto español y desde luego en todo.
Back behind.
2 people? Alright, we're caught up. I don't know what the point of that fucking crowd push was.
In this area, but it looks like they're making their way back up Temple, possibly back towards City Hall. This is a volatile situation. It has been for about 72 hours now. It began on Friday with several ICE movements, raids they pulled off. This is on the other side of Alameda, back towards the 101, which for a short time was completely shut down. So this area around the entrance to the facility is now blocked off by the LAPD
Different
and been guarded by
Wolfie dude.
National Guard troops. That is another topic of discussion, which we'll get to momentarily. But it began Friday night. There were ICE raids, some of them at Home Depot, taking day laborers into custody. The Trump administration says they were targeting gang members. They have not offered proof of how they determined who was a gang member, if the people they took into custody were indeed gang members. We have seen in the past.
Hassan has arrived on the ground. All right, I'll take a look. Log into Twitch. Am I not logged into Twitch? Enter code from Authenticator app. God. I guess why would I be logged into Twitch? Five 555-555-5555. Okay.
No one seems to care about the feelings of our poor federal workers.
So he's got to be, so he's heading, what would it be, north on Alameda? No, they'd be off Alameda now. They'd be on Temple? Heading west on Temple? Yeah, we'll peek in a bit. Just got to get up a little closer.
Them help out with the civil unrest in 2020. The difference in this instance is those were initiated by the governor of California. It is very rare and very controversial to see it happen without the request of the governor. In fact, in direct opposition to what the governor wanted to see happen here.
Why is there a
Newsom
space here? Oh, now I see why there's a space there.
This was not the right mission. This was not the right move, and said it was intentionally provocative to send National Guards members as federal agents onto the streets of Los Angeles. We have seen civil unrest play out since then. We saw the National Guards soldiers on scene here guarding this building today. They have not largely been involved in much of the confrontation.
No, not at all,
today,
really.
We did see them form a line with riot shields, pushing those protesters back. and initiating some confrontations there as we have seen that line approach, recede, and then approach the federal building throughout the afternoon. We do want to welcome in our law enforcement expert, Bill Thomas, who has helped us out so many times in situations like this.
What are you going to say,
Thomas,
man?
On the phone. And Bruce, what can you tell us about what you're seeing play out here? It looks like they have cleared out Alameda Street and are now gathering this crowd in the middle of Temple and Alameda.
Yeah, from Air 7 HD, what we're seeing is that they have created a operational area or a safe zone in front of the Metropolitan Detention Center and the federal building on Alameda. You know, maybe a Temple on the south end and, you know, First Street moving upwards. We are seeing the use of less lethal weaponry on the crowd, paintball rounds, stun bags, that kind of thing, maybe even some Marwin rounds. You know, it's a huge crowd. It's just getting bigger.
Yeah, and when we see these officers firing projectiles at the feet of those demonstrators, what is that pepper spray or those flashbangs? What are they firing into this crowd? Can you tell?
Yeah, years ago, you know, paintball rounds. They have what's called a pepper ball round, and basically what it is it's pepper spray, basically oleocapsicum resin, mixed in with talcum powder, if you can believe that, and then when they hit the ground, it disperses into a cloud of basic pepper spray. It's a very effective tool. And then they also have paintball rounds that they can mark individuals with. We saw some footage yesterday of a guy who was hit with a green round. They'll look for this person later on and then take them into custody. Interesting. That's a very interesting tactic, and we'll see if that's being used today. Is this live on the right? This is video. That's what I thought. Okay, so this is some of the video we have seen of those confrontations, the batons being swung. It's pretty incredible and surprising to me, Bruce. We see people take several blows from these batons, and they don't seem really too much worse for wear. These officers are swinging as hard as they can, and they are under attack. And very few people are really going down. It's a little surprising, to me at least, to see them take such abuse and still kind of remain there on the front lines. Yeah, sometimes protesters will wear multi-layered clothing to absorb the actual shock of the baton. What we're seeing is a lot of the federal protective police officers use what's called long sticks. LAPD, sheriffs, other agencies use what's known as a PR-24. It's a NADNOC type of weapon where you can swing it, hook people up with it. So the long stick is, I don't think, as effective, but a lot of agencies like it. Right, and by abuse, of course, I do not mean that it is unjustified. As we see people trying to block the path of LAPD cruisers, we have seen this play out several times in the last couple of days. There was video from Friday of a demonstrator being knocked over in the path of a federal vehicle. We saw yesterday folks trying to stop the path of a U.S. Marshal's bus, and that was a dangerous situation, and people standing now in the path of LAPD vehicles getting pushed back, intentionally provoking this officer to run them over, or at least push them back. And now shielded by the trees, we can't see exactly what is happening there. But this officer is not being deterred by people in their path trying to stop their ingress to this area. And so this is now over the 101. This is now back around on the top side, I believe, of that federal building, up the hill from Roybal, as we look down and still see traffic flowing on the 101, and they are, yeah, so we are live on the ground here as that cruiser is continuing to try and make their way slowly through this crowd. Again, this is a situation we've seen a lot of people come and break windows, shatter the windshield. We saw a large vehicle have their back windshield broken, shattered out just a little bit ago. That person knocked down by LAPD officers as these cruisers just continue to face constant harassment from these demonstrators who are on the scene for the third straight day. Bruce, I'm not sure how much you've been watching today, but I have seen a lot of restraint shown by these officers who could take a lot of people into custody, but haven't really seemed to at this point. You know, at some point you do have to declare an unlawful assembly. You go in with a huge amount of resources and take everybody you can to jail.
at some point. This is just growing, and it's going to get worse as we come down into the sundown type of night. You're going to see a whole other different crowd that comes out, mostly a lot of agitators who don't respect the free speech amendments that these protesters are obviously trying to do.
Yeah, we can see one person run off there. They were trying to block the path of that cruiser. As soon as officers on foot moved in, he took off and ran back into the crowd. So we see a lot of vehicles. Look at that one. That one has a cone stuck in the lights of that police cruiser. Someone had chucked that at the car, and it got wedged there at the roof, still driving away with that cone on top. So it is a dangerous thing to try and move through here. If you're an officer, I guess the next shift might be coming in, reinforcements being called in. And they are under assault as they make their way through this crowd trying to take their position amidst.
Shut the fuck up. Do you still think it's not the best to agitate in this situation, or has it become more of a demonstration, more of an act of agitation? You're not going to get anything positive by being violent with the cops here. Look, this just isn't a situation with that kind of dynamic. It's a very tense situation. Morally, I will never blame protesters. I will always blame cops. They're always at fault. It doesn't matter, you know? That morally, they are always culpable. That being said, like, you know, it's not just about morality, too. The more peaceful a protest is, the more likely people are to join it. You know, most people have lives. They're not willing to throw their lives away over a dangerous anti-cop protest that's just going to be framed as a... You're like a terrorist by Fox News or whatever, you know? And you're not either, which is why you're watching this live stream and not like down there, you know? Most people want to live, despite what you see on the social media posts where people are like, you know, oh my God, I'm gonna kill myself because they stubbed their toe or like they dropped the food they just made or something. You get me.
Under unified command, we could talk about the California Highway Patrol, the sheriffs, the police department, and now the feds, the national.
This guy's outside, right outside the Fed.
TV, NEZST. Woke TV restreaming me. I see you. I see you, Woke TV. I see you. You better be giving me credit, Woke TV. I want my credit, Woke TV. You be streaming shit. I want my credit.
Okay. He doesn't want restreaming.
How's the audio? Like, chatters, can you hear people that like come up and talk to me or no? Sure.
They say it's good. Thanks for radicalizing.
Hell yeah. Thanks for being here. Not really.
He's not even that tall.
National Guard kind of in reserve, waiting for them to be called.
Yeah. There's a lot going on, a lot of coordination, and it is tough, and we want to see this end peacefully with no destruction of property, no injury, and hopefully no more arrests. Governor Newsom has just tweeted 7 minutes ago, writing, "I have formally requested the Trump administration rescind their unlawful deployment of troops in LA County and return them to my command. We didn't have a problem until Trump got involved. This is a serious breach of state sovereignty, inflaming tensions while pulling resources from where they're actually needed. Rescind the order, return control to California." So now we have a state, California, officially at odds with the federal government.
Only just begun. Behind the protest line. Is it actually unlawful? No.
I hear them. I just don't know where they're at.
Okay, Film the Police LA is just on like a scooter tour of the city, which, you know, I'm not faulting him for, but... That's true, Vicente Rodriguez. Yeah, a lot of people out. This is on the other side of the detention facility, I think. Oh, excuse me. I've got so many empty Gatorade bottles next to my desk.
Let's walk around a little bit.
Oh, sorry.
Sure.
Sorry to Chicago.
Oh.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you. Sure.
Vibes seem pretty good over where my Hassan is.
This is sick. So what's the plan? Do you have any idea?
I know that, hundreds of thousands of us are gathered right now. And elected officials like myself, everyday people, teachers, folks who care.
I don't know if it's hundreds of thousands.
For ICE and the feds to take their goons and get out of here.
Yeah. So I assume that's the goal here today? Is to do a show of force in numbers? What's up, man?
Will Hassan's fans call him a fake leftist for not, like, Molotov cocktailing the front line of cops? Just based on the way they act on Twitter sometimes, like, are they going to apply those standards consistently?
It cannot be overstated how dangerous these kinds of things can be. It looks like they are looking to take over this intersection.
Are we moving?
This is back at Roybal, I believe. Is this down the hill from Temple and Alameda? We're back at Roybal. And so this crowd being pushed back once again. Further on the right side is where we were before the intersection, and now we've kind of spun around our angle, and now they are, the LAPD officers are trying to cordon off and push this crowd away from the facility. I don't know where they want them to go. The unlawful assembly.
The chat on that AB7 live stream is revolting. Is there a chat to this? It's disabled for me.
So this crowd is in direct violation of that order. Obviously, too many to start taking them into custody, but something will happen. We see a detainee there on the right, someone who has several.
Has there been another dispersal order?
I believe that's the woman who was being dragged down the street, trying to use her body as dead weight to make it difficult to take her away. We have seen a bit of a back and forth, too, throughout all this, with the President of the United States posting to his social media outlet, Truth Social, where he rather oddly last night thanked the National Guard for maintaining the peace and order in Los Angeles. Those troops had not been deployed at that point, so there was some question as to what exactly he was talking about, because that did not happen last night. We have seen them on the ground today. But Donald Trump, the President of the United States, posting about an hour ago to his social...
Dispersal order has been issued for the area of Alameda and Temple. Okay, so they're just pushing people out of the intersection? How long are they going to juggle this, you know? Or they're just going to keep, like, every 30 minutes, they're just going to push people back another few hundred feet? I don't understand what the goal is here long term.
But these lawless riots only strengthen our resolve. The president continuing. I am directing Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, and Attorney General Pam Bondi, in coordination with all other relevant departments and agencies, to take all such action necessary to liberate Los Angeles from the migrant invasion and put an end to these migrant riots. Order will be restored, the president writing. The illegals will be expelled and Los Angeles will be set free. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So obviously some provocation here from the president in several facets. As we see, here we go. Those demonstrators are making their way down the ramp and onto the 101 freeway. This is, I think, a concern that we had seen a little earlier. The freeway had been shut down by law enforcement, and it is now being shut down by the other side. Demonstrators are on the surface of the southbound 101 freeway.
They've taken it too far, okay? Once you go after traffic in LA, you hit them where it hurts, okay? A lot of innocent people are going to suffer.
On the law enforcement resources. CHP has maybe 3 or 4 vehicles.
Morally, what is the difference between the feds keeping undocumented immigrants in a detainment facility with no water, food, or electricity, and being stuck on the 101 freeway on a summer day? Okay? All I'm saying is, you know, I've experienced only one of these two, but I can't imagine the second one is worse.
LAPD is on tactical alert. There are no extra officers. CHP will be on tactical alert. There are none.
Stuck in the 101? Yeah, send me to Seaside. Send me to El Salvador, please.
Yeah, I don't want to
I don't want to alarm
Mr.
anybody,
Trump,
but
send me.
The way you describe
I'm
it,
Mexican
people
or
should
something.
maybe
I'm
lock
illegal.
their doors
Send me.
at this point.
Get me
because
out
if
of here.
something happens and
ICE,
you want a
remove
police
me
officer
from this
to come to
freeway.
your rescue, it's going to be very difficult to get them to your location because there's such a concentration of forces here in downtown Los Angeles, Bruce.
Arriba.
Yeah, I mean, and we're not fear mongering. We're just basically saying unless it's a matter of life or death, the police are not going to respond.
Right, and we heard a complaint, you know, there have been complaints around town for years about the time it takes for the LAPD 911 calls to be answered and officers to be deployed and responded to calls. Well, the federal government had a similar complaint last night saying they requested backup from the LAPD. They say it took 3 hours. The LAPD says it took less than an hour because it's not an easy thing to gather troops for a situation like this at the drop of a hat. You don't have people sitting around in riot gear ready for a large crowd demonstrating on the streets like this. It takes some time. It also takes some time to come up with a plan. And again, that's what we were talking about, Bruce, the lack of unified command, the lack of coordination.
Man, if I was in any one of these cars at the front, I'd just be like, all right, you got me. I already allotted 7 hours to you know, drive down south or whatever. Okay. I mean, it's just my kid's birthday party or whatever. But no, it's fine. Just get out. Join the protest. Why not? Stopping traffic in LA sounds bad. Nah, they're just having fun.
Through and now they're stuck there. You hope it's not an urgent situation. Anyone needs to get home. Obviously, people have lives, people have families. They need to get home to their kids. They need to get to work. They need to get home. Perhaps someone's having some kind of an emergency of some sort, and we see some of the drivers now exiting.
Remember, we're protesting federal police kidnapping and illegally deporting people with families in Los Angeles, and the military being brought in to support them. But this is, I mean, this is just like American politics, right? You know, there's not a thing in the world that you could be protesting that is more important than keeping traffic down.
And as we pan up, we see large crowds gathered at the top of that off-ramp. This started back at the Roybal Detention Center. People have been gathered there since this morning. There was a separate second demonstration that began at 2 o'clock outside City Hall. That was an entirely different operation, a different demonstration, but at some point,
the protesters are elsewhere.
Demonstrations merged. I think the 1,000 or so people that were gathered at City Hall made their way down to the federal building and have now joined this crowd, and there has been unrest ever since. Authorities have since shut down Alameda. That is where all those cars, those police cars, are parked outside the entrance to the federal building. Here we are at the 101 freeway. It's actually the opposite side of where that large group at Temple and Alameda had been cordoned off, and they may have made...
I think they're actually just concerned with protecting the building. Yeah, probably. They also probably don't mind the idea of protesters blocking the highway, because historically, once protesters get at the highway, their protesting becomes a lot less popular. Like, you know, it's like, oh, sure, go to the highway. Yeah. Where, you know, it mostly just makes people angry at them, like civilians angry at them. I don't really give a shit, though. Whatever.
Up here, and law enforcement, hands on hips, Bruce. There's not a whole lot they can do. They are outnumbered. They don't want to start a riot when they're facing these kind of numbers. And at this point, just kind of watching and letting things play out.
Yeah, that's all you can do. You can hold your skirmish line, protect the areas, the geographic area that you want to protect. In this case,
Hassan's on the overpass. Okay, all right.
We've been here for like the last 20 minutes.
Go down into the highway.
If you really want to get a good view of like the people blocking the freeway, you might as well like
Go down.
Yeah.
Okay. Pussy.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you.
You too.
They above? Yeah, they're overlooking it.
There's a car in the street. They're giving up. Ain't no way they have a drone delivery. Ain't no fucking way.
Save him!
Oh, it's one of those little delivery
Don't film that.
delivery robots.
We don't know. We don't know.
We don't know what happened.
God, I saw you a mile away.
What's up, man?
How you doing?
Nice to meet you.
Oh, I'm glad he's having fun out there.
Accountable for actions here. I do know that ABC's Matt Gutman is on the ground has been covering this. We have been waiting to go to a report from him. Okay, that is the ABC News camera on the right that we are watching right now. Do we want to go to that Gutman piece right now? Okay.
Probably, Skash,
right,
yeah.
So we will hold off on that and continue to watch what is playing out here. That large crowd. You can see the overpass of the 101 is lined with people watching. The roadway, the northbound side is now shut down as well. Demonstrators hopped the barrier and have now breached the northbound side, which is left passage through downtown Los Angeles on in both directions, impassable. The 101 is now shut down. We can see Matt Gutman reporting there on the right side. Here's another ground level camera.
Dude, as a Los Angelino, it's got to feel so fucking good to walk on the 101. You know what I mean? Like every time you've been on it, which is many times, you know, you've been in a car, you're in this box, it's traffic, it's sweaty, it sucks. Now you can just hop the barrier. You can just, oh, am I going north or am I going south? You could just be bouncing between them. That level of freedom, that's got to feel good. Hassan's going on the 101? All right. Maybe he's not a liberal after all.
Hang on. Hold this for me. What? Hold this for me.
Content theft. Content theft.
They fucking drove in there super hard. Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah.
Let's do it. Thank you, sir.
Nice to meet you.
Hassan might get arrested for this. His face is known, lol. No, he's wearing a mask.
Are they dispersing the crowd? I'm not sure.
Looks like a lot of people are coming back up. Maybe they decided they didn't want to do this? They just wanted to like dip down into the 101? Just the tip? Yeah, everyone's going up. Wait. Let's see him from the ABC 7 cam. No, go back.
It should be towards the left onto the road surface. Do we see on the other side of
this
overpass?
No. Zoom in. Come on, it'd be funny.
Maybe they're under. Maybe they're underneath.
Hell yeah, man.
I'm not sure where
Come on,
they have
move
gone.
to the right, pan
point,
to the right,
Bruce,
pan,
they are going to
pan.
look to take control again of the 101 freeway, and it is going to be a difficult
somewhere.
task.
He's somewhere here, probably. He's somewhere here, probably.
Ask to do that. Those could be those cruisers. I'm not sure. Those look a little larger. But Bruce, how do you regain control of the 101 freeway after a scene like this is playing out?
But it looks like they're going back up.
You had a huge problem. Those were 3 CHV cruisers that were at the top of the ramp. But you've got hundreds of vehicles that are just stuck there. So to get resources to the problem is going to be a whole nother matter. You're going to see CHP mustering
Too low res.
miles and miles away, and then they're going to have to come on the wrong side
Cars
of
are
the
already
freeway.
moving. Yeah, it looks like they're letting the 101 north through, and they're just sticking to blocking the south. Oh, there they are.
And meanwhile, you've got the freeway shut down, at least in the south end, and probably the north end.
And here we go. We see some officers on foot now making their way through the cars that have been backed.
Hold on, wait. Is Hassan still going down?
But obviously, cops stopped the traffic all the way back there. Look, you're pointing over there.
Okay, hold on. I'm about to become the
protesters are
the biggest left streamer on the internet.
They're trying to get everybody to move back.
Yeah.
I suspect because when the cops get here, they're going to beat the shit out of the people that are still remaining on the street. in an effort to open up. They'll probably try to arrest some people.
Cops should be, they should be like right off to the left here. Where are they? Where are their head? Oh, there they are. There they are. You see them? All right, everyone. Keep your eye on Social Blade. According to my calculations, the numbers are about to go up. Congratulations on your promotion.
Should let the cars pass or not. Some people are refusing. Some people are trying to push them. Some people are trying to let them in. I think once the cars pass through, the cops are going to most likely storm the remaining people that are
probably, yeah, they're easy targets.
The road to try and arrest them.
This feels like when Trump said his building was now the tallest after 9/11. Fuck, that's funny. Oh.
They're throwing stuff at the cops from above.
Okay, that's gonna piss them off.
I can't tell if that's protesters or if that's like.
Oh yeah, people are seeing the writing on the wall and they're like,
What's up? Can I take a picture? Sure.
This fucking federal asset, man. Hey, can you stop for a second, take a picture with me? Oh, yeah, sure. Fucking sweating. You see cops approaching in the reflection off the car window. It's funny. I hope he doesn't mind me content stealing a bit here. It's kind of pertinent. Oh, baby.
What's going on?
Oh, yeah, it's happening. Looks like. Actually, okay, interestingly, it looks like the police are actually prioritizing letting the cars through over busting the crowd. Look, they're all they're funneling everyone into the leftmost lane, which, you know, makes sense. But if they wanted to, they could just storm forward. They could have fucked a lot of people up, like, super, super quickly. So it's a little, it's interesting, you know? Again, not to give cops credit, you know, ever, but they could have been a lot more antagonistic there.
If you get uncomfortable, let me know and we'll move. All right.
Also, Hassan's feed is objectively like the best in that it doesn't stutter and it's high quality video, you know? Like a bunch of other people here just they're like broadcasting from an iPhone. This is easily the highest quality video you're gonna get in the ground. Okay, well, the cops might fuck some people up if they keep scuffling over there.
Go get in there? Like, just like shoot down. From the median? Oh, you want to get up there? Yeah. So I can see what's happening. All right.
Okay, it looks like for some reason the cops are letting the protesters retake the highway. That's very...
Now, making their way through, and we will see what happens. We do want to bring into this discussion Gabe Santos, who is in Air 7 overhead.
No, they're being
we now
stopped
have,
again.
Two eyes in the sky on either side of your screen here, looking at two different locations. One at the 101 freeway, one back at the Federal Building. Gabe, what are you seeing right now?
That's odd. Don't you think that's odd? Like, if the cops were prioritizing just letting the vehicles through, but now they're letting people retake the entire South? I don't know. They're clearing an operation zone? Yeah, you're right. If they plan on deploying like flashbangs and tear gas and stuff, they want to keep it away from civilian cars. Ooh, yeah. Decent chance they might just be clearing a space. I can't imagine they would just walk out of it. And Hassan's walking into it. No, Hassan's going back up the ramp. But yeah, look, they let people retake.
Alright. We got ourselves a good old-fashioned standoff of the Mexican kind.
I get it.
Am I allowed to say that?
Yes. So yeah, the problem here, like in terms of, I guess, logistics or positioning, is that now there's a bunch of clear space here. So the cops can fire tear gas grenades into the crowd without risking hitting civilians. It's really dangerous to be in a car when tear gas is fired, because if you're stuck in the car, like the tear gas floods inside the car, and then like what, you're just stuck there, you know? So they probably didn't want to risk doing that around people who are on the 101 South. Civilians, aren't they all civvies? You know what I mean, uninvolved people. Yeah, I mean the cars, the vehicles, you know? Yeah, you don't want to hotbox anyone with tear gas.
Full of pigs in here. I assume there is nothing on the other side. So they're not like, they're just standing off at this point.
They aren't thinking about the drivers, they just don't want people with cars to panic and wreck the cops. That's also a good point. Yeah, that's true. If you fire tear gas grenades and you hit bystanders that are in a vehicle and they floor the, they floor it, right? They freak out and they floor it. They could just kill people, you know, accidentally. We'll see if the cops crack down, but it seems like they've kind of set themselves up to do that.
Damn, that shit's loud. Twitch moderators that are watching, what we are doing here is lawfully filming a protest. We have done nothing illegal.
That is true.
You want to read chat? What? You want to read chat? What are they saying? This is a lawful act of resistance, a lawful act of civil disobedience in the streets of Los Angeles, California. Downtown LA.
Eesh.
They're telling people to go down to the road. I think some of these other protesters.
Annie, I think you're wrong. I think he's actually standing. Yeah, he's standing on the pedestrian walkway that's just on the side of this freeway entrance. I'm pretty sure he's fine here. What do you think the odds are, folks? Do you think the cops are going to do it? As soon as they get the order on the radio, they're ready to fire. They don't have enough people here to, like, push back the crowd, so they will have to disperse.
What about those cars behind the cops? They just cooked.
I don't know why they won't let them through. But more people are filing in now.
Oh. The cops left the crowd there for too long, so people are getting confident again. Am I genuinely hearing them chant the protest slogan from Andor? You are so fucking cooked. I love you. I hope you know that. Yeah, you sure are beeping.
Yeah.
By the way, 100% of the honking that you hear is pro-protester. Beeping past protests is solidarity.
Oh, the humanity. Our big, brave cops. This is where overtime pay is worth it. You have to sit there and eat it a little bit, you know? Like, that's how it should be. If you're getting paid Norwegian wages and you're the beneficiaries of social safety nets and pensions, you should have to sit there and eat it for like an hour. Let the people release their pressure. What the fuck was that? I felt that in my hair.
They're firing,
What is it? What is that?
I think the cops can't get out from under the bridge because they'll get bombarded with stuff from above. Nah, people are what? Gonna throw tin cans? They've got helmets. They'll be fine. They're under the overpass because they like the shade. Like, that's seriously, and that makes sense too. I mean, they're in full gear. They want to be in the shade, you know. I really am surprised they haven't started firing yet. I mean, clearly, initially, the plan was to move everyone... Oh, more cops are coming. Like tear gas? Yeah, tear gas. This is an extremely tear-gassable crowd.
Surprising? No counter-protesters. I mean, I guess the cops are the counter-protesters, but no counter-protest presence at all. Normally, in situations like this, you'll usually have like a couple dummies who are like, I love ICE. I'm here to support ICE. You know.
Counter-protesters, especially for stuff like this, are usually shipped in from out of town. Whenever you have counter-protests against shit like this in Los Angeles, Seattle, whatever else, it's like dipshits from the suburbs or farther who, you know, like it's part of their life, you know, being the, like, dissident voice or whatever. The impromptu nature of these protests, it makes sense to me there wouldn't be counter-protests. Nice to see there are no counter-protests. Wonder how many of these Los Angelinos genuinely don't consider themselves Americans? I don't really care whether people consider themselves Americans. What matters to me is that they are American, which everyone is in the world, spiritually, you know? Whether or not they recognize it, everyone has the soul of America inside of them.
Tomorrow. Comes out tomorrow.
If March doesn't die here.
Yeah, that's true.
Not me, I'm Brazilian. Dude, Brazil is like one of the most American countries. Are you kidding me? Oh, more cops! Holy shit!
Reinforcements are here.
Yeah, that's like 50 dudes. All right, wrap it up. Back up. Come on now. Yeah, that's what they've been waiting for, I guess. That's way too many. That's so many.
Never mind.
All right.
LAPD, right? Yeah. Yeah, it is LAPD. Which is crazy because it all looks. Oh yeah, I mean, so is ICE though.
Not to sound like a LARP lord or whatever, but the one advantage that protesters always have against modern counter-protests, police, whatever, you know, riot cops, is that you can move very quickly and they can't. They need to coordinate people, they have equipment they need to move, they're in full gear, they're heavy, right? Like, not even to speak of their lack of physical fitness, which is also a factor here, but they're carrying a lot of shit. Right? Whereas you can just do whatever. You just leave, right? The most effective way to protest, especially in a city like Los Angeles, which is massive and sprawling, is just let the cops set up their barricades and then move somewhere else. There are an infinite number of intersections that you can move to. You can be here. In 1 minute, this freeway could be clear and they could go. But when you set up in the next place, it'll take them 30 minutes to set up in response to you. As long as you stay mobile and don't get too locked in, you're pretty much always able to avoid getting kettled. Hell yeah.
A lot of truckers have shown support. Here. I've noticed that. Here, I'll hold it.
Hell yeah, staying hydrated. That was a very clean camera pan. Anyone else notice that? That wasn't like a quick whip around or anything. That was like, ooh. What matters is that they're having fun.
Or if there are cops on the other side, those units will probably move in.
Wait, are there cops on the other side?
Over here. But they'll try to kettle and corral and box people in and arrest as many people as they can.
Yeah, if I were these people, I'd get out. This is not a good...
That's a lot of cops.
Yep, there's the dispersal order.
Press is filing back. Press is starting to move back. Everyone's starting to move back a little bit.
Okay, good. Just move faster, though.
They got the megaphones out.
They're not backing off. All right. Hopefully they just fire a few grenades and that gets people to leave. Grenades? Tear gas grenades!
People sitting.
Oh boy. Well, and me needing to piss. MLK would get people willing to be arrested. Do you think it's beneficial for people to get arrested to the cause? That's an extremely complicated question. I think in this specific situation, it would be best to keep the protest going, keep it fluid, keep it mobile, just bounce around, find a place that police aren't currently occupying and stay there, you know? I'm not saying give up, I'm just saying the police are a lot slower to respond. Be annoying, you know? In this case, this is a very difficult... Well, I will say they have one thing going for them. They have one hell of an amphitheater setup, don't they? Any police action taken here is going to be viewed live in person by thousands of people. And this is being broadcasted to everyone. I mean, this is like a... I mean, it's like an auditorium.
Looks like a shitload.
You guys
So
know?
I guess if you want to make a spectacle out of getting, you know, cracked down on...
Chad, do you guys have any idea? Is there any news reports out about how many people are here right now?
Yeah, I think I have time to pee. Okay, 1 second. 1 second.
The boats that have surrounded, the Israeli boats that have surrounded the Gaza Freedom Flotilla Madeleine have now officially left, according to Tiago. Reports coming out from the Freedom Flotilla. Obviously, we have a different situation going on the ground here in Los Angeles, but I'm also monitoring that as well.
Okay. Oh.
Let's go talk to some people down there.
Okay.
Hopefully, they won't fucking beat the shit out of people while we're down there. And then we get our
Is he going down? All right. Yeah, we'll talk about the flotilla when we get a free moment, okay? But right now, I'm pretty focused on this. Do you have any idea how many times I've driven under this overpass? Congrats on the promotion.
Oh shit, what's up, dude?
Yeah, you good? I'm pretty good. It's pretty intense up there.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Are you leaving?
No, I'm not. So apparently up there, they keep on shouting that if you still stay here, you'll be arrested. I'm not having any arrested.
I mean, there's a lot of people. What's good? What's good?
But they already tried to tear gas everyone, so.
All right. What's up, man? Nice to meet you. Hi.
The flotilla was surrounded by the Israeli Navy. The ships moved away again for unknown reason. Okay. Who was that dude? I don't know.
Oh, look at the banner.
Oh. Well, Is this the closest we've ever gotten on Twitch TV to seeing a major streamer get tear gassed and then beaten with sticks? I feel like this is like a solid. We're not normally in this proximity. Dude, what if Hassan got hit with an LRAD? How fucking funny would that be? Listen, I just want to be clear. I wish nothing ill on him. That all ill wishing is a joke. I mean funny in like a abstract.
40mm flashbang. That's what they've been. That's what they've been shooting at. They've been deploying.
In a hypothetical sense. Saying, but it would be hilarious. See, some people get it. Inside thoughts. Okay.
Okay. I guess they can't arrest everybody, right?
Given how many times over the course of my career I've been hit by the CIA Hedic gun, I feel like it wouldn't be that big of a deal. You know, tit for tat. If Hassan gets hit with the brown note cannon and shits himself, all I'm saying is that, like, I've suffered too, alright? Oh, he's going up there. Alright. Hell yeah, man. He's getting egged on by his chat, but he doesn't realize that the teenagers in there who are goading him on don't have an upper bound for their goading, right? So now they're gonna be like, fucking charge them! Go! Tear them apart! Hassan, use your strength! Get him!
They have, up there, up top, they have, less than lethal.
It's dangerous.
Armed and ready to go. I assume that's what they've been shooting into the crowd. The flashbangs that keep exploding.
That's what I'm saying, Oakley Moakley. He's so insane for doing this, I respect it. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, look, you can make, it's easy to make jokes because everything's so unserious and everyone's like, yeah, it's a Twitch streamer, YouTube streamer. But like, in the future, stuff like this will be remembered as populist citizen journalism documenting riots or protests or whatever else is going on throughout all this, you know. Commended for the bravery, you know. It's like it's a goof when it's happening. After the fact, this gets flattened into categories, and this is a honorable category. You know what I'm talking about. There's a drone. Not comparing him to Hassan because I think that would be ridiculous, but the guy who mostly got me into leftism, like early on, was Frederick Hampton. And I have always thought, and I thought this even when I was reading The Assassination of Frederick Hampton at like 16 or something, I thought like, damn, some of the lines he drops go really fucking hard now, but do you think at the time they were like too much? Do you like some of the hard shit that you remember now as being like, wow, that he was like aura farming back then. But when he said it, you think his friends around were like, come on, man. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's just kind of funny. It's giving prequel scenes from Cyberpunk 2077. If you knew just a little bit about world history, you would have so many comparisons you could draw. And I hope that you are able to diversify your, I guess sort of like your relative experiences, what you can compare it to.
Looks like a lot of that's
de-escalation on the police side, I would say.
Uh-huh.
So, they're not really trained in the de-escalation part.
I'm gonna go film them real quick.
Yeah, like you can jail a revolutionary, but you can't jail the revolution. I feel like someone around at that time had this to be like, all right, come on, whatever the 1960s term for oro farming would have been. I don't know.
More units are coming in. Okay, they're moving.
Take a step back.
They might be.
They're jumping over.
Oh. They're firing into the crowd now. Fireworks!
Over the O-Rad!
I don't think that's fireworks, buddy. No, that's a flashbang.
Just gonna...
All right, so they started deploying flashbang, and they're slowly moving in. I think they're moving from the right side and try to fucking capture as many people here. They're moving from the opposing side of the highway, and they're gonna try to trap as many people as they can. They're already deploying flashbangs. It's not great.
Yeah?
It's kind of loud They're backing up.
What I miss, chat? What I miss? I'm sorry to say Hassan got hit with the ground note cannon.
They're not. They're stop moving. But they're
They say his follower numbers are plummeting.
Look, what they're gonna try and do, they close off the other side of the road, and I think. I think they're gonna push in from this side of the road. Oh fuck! That fucked my hair up.
All right, buddy. All right, Bucko. Let's get back to the on-ramp.
Anyway, there. That was. Oh Jesus Christ! They're fucking. Wait, hold on. Oh, they were starting to walk.
Yep.
They're gonna come in.
Here, walk and talk. Walk and talk.
There's a secondary line back here. Oh god damn.
I'm glad he's having fun. Yeah, you know.
Oh, thank you. Well, Hassan Abes are crazy. They fucking. They're like, can we get a selfie? Anyway. Sure. They're about to push in. Okay. Nice to meet you.
Keep talking about Guatemala.
Oh, hell yeah. No, you do a selfie.
What matters is that they're having fun.
That's insane.
That is insane. I was just joking about asking for a selfie in the middle of riot police pushing in. All right, wait, hold on.
I want to get a better vantage.
Oh, okay. All right, we can get up here.
I'm trying to see.
All right. Memorable experience for the fan.
Oh, I know. I'm just like trying to get a better view.
Yeah. Just saying to the chatters.
My ears still ringing from that flashbang.
That blew up in our face. That was crazy. Like I felt it in my head. Like the impact of it. Yeah, see?
You're trying to find a good spot.
Yeah, I want to see.
Can we film from here?
Yeah. Forgive me, but I want to see this from above.
Is tasked with maintaining peace and order. And here, once again, on the streets of Los Angeles and the freeways moving through Los Angeles, we have disorder and unrest as demonstrations have now stretched into day 3 in Los Angeles. All of it against the movements
the police
of
on the
ICE
other side.
and DHS and the Trump administration against the immigrant community here in Los Angeles and Southern California. We saw unrest in San Diego this weekend. We saw unrest in Washington, D.C., in New York City. This is happening across the country as President Trump is trying to fulfill his promise.
Sorry. What? Where's the button that unmutes? I found it.
They're going to get pushed from the left side. I don't think they have the capacity to feel shame. They're pigs. They don't feel shame. Once again, I want to reiterate that we are lawfully here, engaging in the lawful act, the First Amendment protected act of civil disobedience, and a lawful gathering, and that we're simply here as First Amendment auditors, if you will, I guess. That sounds too libertarian. We're just here, we're just chilling. Oh, there you got one.
Oh!
They grabbed one over there.
Oh!
Now, when they...
Isn't there a dispersal order? Yes, this is an illegal protest.
They grab one up.
And they're going on this side too.
Now they're, oh, shoot, motion over there, shift their attention. And then cops instantly move further back.
Okay, they're coming along this way.
Oh, shit. One of them got hit in the head. But he didn't realize, he thought it was coming from above. Uh-oh.
Might get real nasty. Yeah. They already abducted one, right? Spontaneous protests are illegal in the U.S. Not necessarily, but a dispersal order has been issued for this one, this area specifically. If you're doing a big protest, you usually want to secure a permit. It's complicated. It's complicated and bullshit.
Yeah, only with the cops first. The cops will come.
I know this is bad timing, but can you take the battery in my backpack?
At City Hall, the protest was 100% legal. Yeah, I don't think a dispersal order was ever issued at City Hall. First Amendment may as well not exist. Listen, it's complicated.
I'd probably swap it.
We're not doing brain-dead Twitter leftism here, okay? It makes sense that you can't just randomly have a protest on a highway. Obviously, the cops will break that up. That doesn't mean it's right for them to, it's just how society functions, okay? We live in a society, or have you forgotten? An illegal protest is an oxymoron. No, it's not!
Oh, they are firing things into the
Oh, they're fucking arming.
Yep.
Oh, they're pointing it up here.
Oh, no. They got real guns.
The $500 I slipped to the LAPD officer who I told to specifically target Hassan is about to pay off. All right, everyone, check Social Blade.
They're gonna shoot above, and when everyone is focused on up here, then they're gonna probably move in.
I shouldn't joke. People will go crazy. People will fucking take that shit seriously.
That's freaky. That's so strange. You got, like, we cover this stuff all the time, and I've definitely been in a situation where cops have pointed a lethal weapon at me, an AR-15. Actually, I've been in that situation multiple times, but it still feels weird when you have a agent of the state in full military gear, in full combat gear, pointing their less than lethal weapon at you, aiming it at you. It could fuck you up.
Yeah, you're
messed up.
They're doing the same thing that they did earlier on the other side.
What are they doing?
They'll grind to the other side. Yeah, on the other side over there, we were just over there.
How old are you guys?
15.
You're 15?
Yeah.
Who's your favorite Twitch streamer?
I don't watch that stuff.
You don't watch Twitch? That's why you're out here.
Are you on Twitch?
Maybe.
Maybe. Is your name Hassan?
Yes, it is. What's up? Nice to meet you.
Can I get a picture of you?
Sure.
Thank you.
You're like, I don't watch that shit because I watch King. I watch Aiden Ross. Is that what you're gonna say? Y'all started early, 15 years old. Yeah? I've seen some of your shit before. Good stuff. Thanks, man. Oh! Oh, God. Damn, bro. Hey, chill. Chill. Is this fast game? Yeah. One of them fucking popped right above my head. It was freaky. So loud. Yeah. Oh, they're coming in.
Okay, so far it hasn't gotten that bad.
Probably move up further. What's up? Probably move up further. We'll be all right up here, I think. We're not throwing nothing, except you get cops that.
Nice try, Flies and Soup. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Has Hassan done anything he could actually be arrested for? Like, actually, or is he fine? He is at an illegal protest. But presumably that's just because he's trolling, and also he's lost and doesn't know where he is. His GPS was broken, and also he didn't hear the dispersal order. Also, it wasn't his fault. His cameraman made him. He's been held hostage.
What are they doing up there? Are they cracking heads?
Well, down here they had a bunch of cops earlier.
Yeah, yeah.
They just had him lined up.
And it's his birthday. Also, this is a hologram.
But they're just throwing like the flashlight up in the air. I think they arrested one guy here.
Yeah, I saw that.
Other than that, I mean, it's kind of hard to hold the line.
And he's a sovereign citizen. The state doesn't recognize his birth name is in all capital letters. You have no legal authority over him. Is this an admiralty court?
I'm glad you're out here. Cool, you're out here. Thank you for being out here. Thank you for being out here. Shout out PSL.
I am freely traveling across the 101 South. I am not a participant in this protest.
Were you just down there? Where were you?
Thank you for doing this, man. Of course. You can take some photos.
Oh, we skedaddling? Yeah.
All right, so I guess they're pushing us in. I'll stay with you.
Oh shit! That's Channel 5.
Check out tear gas. Don't run. Slow.
Yeah.
Okay. God damn.
American cowboy hat.
Holy fuck.
I was feeling bad because the protesters are out there getting tear gas and shot with rubber bullets while I sit with my AC eating pizza. But now I have a tummy ache, so it's kind of the same. That's facts, brother.
It's crazy.
Hold on 1 second. Aerial view. What does it look like?
And
shit!
Let's go back up to Gabe. Those demonstrators now
Give it a
kicking
kick.
that smoke bomb
Yeah.
back towards the officers.
I
It's
failed
like
the kickback.
Macabre game of
Yeah.
soccer
Got a kick,
with this thing right
hey,
now.
got a kick.
But they are making a move trying to get these folks off the freeway.
Like when you're playing air hockey and it gets
failed the kick,
you fell for it, you fool! You walked past the cop to get the kick.
One of those
They baited you. I'm on your side, but they did get your ass with that one. A classic blunder. Oh, everyone wants to kick the tear gas grenade. Everyone wants to.
going back and forth as those CHP
But you have to
officers try and
resist
kick it
the
back into
allure
crowd,
when
and
it's
the
right
crowd
next
kicks
to
it back.
multiple police officers.
You're seeing CHP kind of slowly pick off some of these protesters that get a little too close or get a little too aggressive in their movements. And there you see another CHP officer again kicking that canister into the crowd.
Stop being a chick and go join them. You think this isn't a green screen? I knock the wall, it falls down, the sirens start fucking pouring in. It'd be a good bit. Impossible, but a good bit.
Distance between that skirmish line, as you can see that person being taken into custody earlier, kind of wrangling with those CHP officers. They're just out of frame. CHP with that tear gas, obviously, it's not something you want to breathe in. It causes your eyes to burn. It causes you to cough. So that pushed back the protesters just a little bit. Those CHP officers wearing full gas masks, so they're able to kind of tolerate it a little better. If you don't have a gas mask, if you just have any other kind of mask, you're going to be getting the full effects of that tear gas canister. So that's what's creating a little bit of that buffer. As you can see, that CHP officer in the middle, he's trying to, as Bruce Thomas was saying, he's trying to negotiate.
Green screen falls down as a tear gas canister flies at your head. Now you just see the space behind me fill up with white smoke, and I start coughing. Oh, what are we doing,
American flag. Continuing to yell at some of the officers. I have a feeling if he gets too close, some of those CHP officers might pick him off as well. And that's going to be the process.
I hope nobody interprets this as me applauding LAPD, but they really slow-rolled this push. They had the firepower and the numbers to move people off the freeway like 20 minutes ago. And they're clearly getting some symbolic arrests here. They could be going for a lot more. Oh, here we go. Oh, no, wait, never mind. Pulled him back. Just having fun with it. They're surrounding them. Well, they're pushing them back onto the ramp up. But what I mean is they could have been a lot more aggressive in how they handled this. This was, at least by the standards of the LAPD, an extremely measured, like, crowd crackdown. So far, they could always get wacky with it.
All of the protesters off of the freeway, which is the goal.
Yeah.
And they are doing this in pretty quick order. And anybody who is getting a little bit too close or a little too aggressive, they're just picking them off and arresting them right then and there.
Yeah.
This might be CHP. No, it's not. It's LAPD. They were far more mean during BLM. Do you guys remember some of those videos you saw during BLM where the cops would, like, in a second, they would, like, swiftly crack in from two sides, and they would just get hundreds of people caught in tear gas, and they would just run in and beat the shit out of everyone and arrest everyone they could? They could do that. I'm glad they didn't. See, even now, it seems like they're kind of just trying to push people back up rather than arrest everyone, which, again, not trying to give credit where it's not due. Fuck the LAPD, but I am glad. It seems like the city of Los Angeles really doesn't want to turn this into as much of a spectacle as the Trump administration wants to. Like, even if the LAPD, on average, voted for Trump, they are following city directives, and the city of Los Angeles doesn't like Trump, like the mayor and the leadership. So, presumably, they don't want this to turn into too much of a spectacle. Not saying they're woke or good. I'm just saying there are, like, different tiers here. That's what I mean. It's complicated.
Seeing in terms of execution.
Remember this from BLM where Philly PD gas protesters nowhere to go? Is this the one I'm remembering? Yeah, shit like this. There was a lot of this during BLM where they would cordon people off, and they would literally just like, ah, man, it's free real estate. Like you're in a fucking corner. Yeah, whatever. Where they clearly just wanted to brutalize and arrest people. And the LAPD aren't exactly not known for doing that sometimes. Do you think they have the resources or the will to prosecute the people they're arresting? Sometimes. Usually when people get arrested for failure to disperse, they get turned out shortly afterwards. Normally, state prosecutors just aren't that interested in going after people for failure to disperse. Can tear gas kill? If you have an allergic reaction, or if when you fall to the ground you hit your head, or sometimes people might have like an asthmatic attack, like they can't get enough air. Basically, yeah, if you're weak. Normally, no.
Be ensured that they won't make their way back onto the freeway tonight. Will that be CHP? Will that be local? Once you get off the freeway, it turns back to city's jurisdiction?
It's going to be both. It's a fluid situation. CHP is there. We are going to protect any state facilities and our roadways and our highways. And if anyone attempts to take over the freeway, we're going to take swift action to get those roadways back open and keep everyone safe to continue on with our mission of providing safety, service, and security.
Yeah, I know this operation has only been happening for a little bit. Do you have any reports of injuries from any of your officers from anything today?
I don't have those numbers right now.
My guess is that the people they're arresting right now are going to be out tomorrow. Maybe they get like minor misdemeanor charges. Failure to disperse is a misdemeanor. But in all likelihood, probably not.
Opinions in the right spots.
Okay. Sergeant Daniel Keene with the California Highway Patrol, thank you so much for helping us out here. Thank you. I know it's a busy day for CHP, law enforcement in general, as once again we are seeing people take to the streets of downtown Los Angeles. This is now day 3 of unrest in our city. We are awaiting word from LA.
Can National Guard arrest people? No, not unless the Insurrection Act is signed.
Set to happen at the bottom of the hour, and we are approaching 15 minutes past that point. And we will see what she has to say. But, you know, anytime the mayor at this point is now going to step in front of a camera, we will likely see her side by side with, you know, smoke bombs and unrest and flashbangs and arrests and officers on.
What if they get arrested for failure to disperse multiple times? Well, the cops would only know if they'd failed to disperse multiple times if they were like booked and they had their record kept. Oftentimes when people get arrested for failure to disperse, they don't even like mark the charge down. Because it's a lot of paperwork, and also for the most part, the police just don't fucking want to. Prosecutors have a lot of work on their hands, you know? They're busy people. So it's like, oh, there was a rowdy protest and 30 people didn't leave the street fast enough. Time for me to spend literally dozens of hours fucking backing out of all the real work I have to do. Dozens and dozens of hours booking and processing and filing the charges and following up on everything and blah, 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 you know? So usually
locations here today. So as we await word from the mayor, we are watching the California Highway Patrol slowly push these demonstrators back up the on-ramp from the surface of the 101 freeway southbound, and they are being hit with pepper spray. And
Kamala Harris issued a statement. Okay, you know what? I despise this woman. I'm happy to see that this statement seems fine. Los Angeles is my home, and like so many Americans, I'm appalled at what we're witnessing on the streets of our city. Deploying the National Guard is a dangerous escalation meant to provoke chaos. In addition to the recent ICE raids in Southern California across our nation, it is part of the Trump administration's cruel, calculated agenda to spread panic and division. This administration's actions are not about public safety, they're about stoking fear. Fear of a community demanding dignity and due process. Protests a powerful tool, essential in the fight for justice. And as the LAPD mayor and governor have noted, demonstrations in defense of our immigrant neighbors have been overwhelmingly peaceful. I continue to support the millions of Americans who are standing up to protect our most fundamental rights and freedoms. That's the best we could have hoped for. Best we could have hoped for. Fuck her, but best we could have possibly hoped for from her. Okay, yeah, all right. Let's say, okay, I'll take it.
these protesters and slowly and methodically kept walking forward and pushing these protesters using smoke canisters further and further up this off-ramp and back onto surface streets. So ideally, CHP will get the freeway open.
Standard boilerplate release? Not necessarily. For one, saying that the protesting is good, and for two, reminding people that it's been overwhelmingly peaceful, those were not guaranteed at all. She could have gone like the mayor, Karen, who said that, you know, like, you know, violent protesting will not be tolerated or whatever. Yeah, denouncing violence, reaffirming the conservative standpoint. She and Gavin Newsom, so far their statements have been good. I'm happy in the world that we live in. I'll take what I can get.
The top of the hour, we are going to turn to national programming, and you will be able to watch the game.
No, thank you. How you doing? Doing good. Doing good.
Hey, Scott, Popeye, can I take a picture with you? Is there a message out there?
What's the point of sending the National Guard if we're not invoking the Insurrection Act? Well, for one, he might. But for two, the National Guard are there to provide protection for ICE. It's meaningless. It's a virtue signal. The National Guard can't actually do anything. What the Trump administration is hoping for is a social unrest that they use to justify the crackdown, violence, chaos, blah, blah, blah. The flotilla's under attack. 2 drones over the Madeleine. The crew is taking cover. Is there any information apart from that? The Al Jazeera feed says that there are 2 drones hovering overhead, but not that the drones have launched an attack on the flotilla. It's still developing. Got video on Telegram. Give it 5 minutes, then I'll cover it. Is it possible Trump played his hand too early? That's my hope. That's my hope. He's playing a huge hand here. Keep in mind, the National Guard haven't even arrived yet. The only National Guardsmen in Los Angeles right now are the few dozen guardsmen who are just stationed in LA. We've only seen a few dozen. He sent 2,000 with a threat to send the Marines too. So this is a huge call, right? It's a huge hand to play. You know, you have to hope that he doesn't have the hand. Drone dropped white liquid. Just like me, for real. This is in French. Le drone au-dessus non jette un liquide blanc. The drone above us throws a white liquid. Okay, at this time, I don't have anything to say about this that isn't a joke. I have no idea what this could be. So, just give me 15 minutes. We'll let the situation develop, and then I'll talk about it, okay? I have more prescient things. Like, I have more to offer in the conversation about Los Angeles.
Yeah, we probably get a What? They're shooting up there. That's why I was like, maybe it's better to see it from here. Yes, I am.
Could be IR or UV paint to help with sensor detection. You think there's a possibility they're trying to mark all of the cargo that's on the ship so that they can easily tell how it's disseminated? I don't know. That it has something to do with marking sounds most likely to me, though you can so easily track a flotilla. It's slow moving. They're not hiding at all. You have drones. I don't know. Are you going to go IRL? I live in Seattle. Also, even if I lived in LA, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I feel like if I went to a protest, for one, I don't have an IRL cam set up, so it wouldn't really be like a work thing, I guess. I would just be there rather than covering it. So it'd be big protests, but rather than me covering it to a big audience and offering my opinions, I would just be there getting sunburnt, which, you know, I guess if I wanted to virtue signal for your benefit, but I don't. If I had a nice IRL cam setup, we would still have the other problem, which is I don't want to go there and then a person who agrees with me on 100% of all political issues points at me and says, holy shit, that's Hitler. You know, I don't know. Maybe it's an ego thing. Maybe it's like that would just hurt my feelings a little bit. I think it would hurt my feelings a lot, to be honest with you. There'd be like a 20-year-old, like a college student at the protest, and you look at them, and I know, just in a moment's glance with their eyes, right? I know they and I agree on like everything, and then their eyes furrow, and they scream, "Is that fucking Vosh?" And then they and their friends beat me to death or something.
Whoa, did this just happen?
Yesterday, I got shot here.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Cool. That shit is, that's crazy.
Give me a shout out, man. I'm trying to grow my page. I'm an LA photographer.
Give him a shout out, man.
Yeah.
What is it?
My page is Isaiah's Isaiah
bro, you gotta get a better name.
A7I4.
Nice.
If you guys follow me, support my page. Assad verified. Thank you.
All right. Thanks. Do the good work.
I will.
Bro, that's crazy. Like that's why when they hit you with the rubber bullets, if they hit you in the fucking head, like they'll take out your eye. And people.
Yeah, they're supposed to bounce it off the ground. So, shit. Getting pretty wacky out there, huh? So far, in my opinion, and forgive me, I know in this industry it's illegal to be optimistic. So far, I feel like the protests have gone pretty well. No deaths or serious injuries, to my knowledge, at least. No major confrontations, no big crackdowns, and the LAPD has been taking a relatively light hand in the multiple chances they've had thus far to really crowd break, right? Again, we're talking in this relative terminology here. The night is young. Yeah, oh yeah. Oh, for sure, for sure. It can get a lot worse. Especially once it gets dark. Because once it gets dark, all of the responsible people go home, and it's just the rowdy folks who are out. I don't know, Lone Cat. Some people call my question copium, but seriously, you don't do this when... Ah, where'd the thing go? Where'd the dono go? Ah! But seriously, you don't do this when over half the country despises you. You do it when there's acceptance. Well, that's not necessarily true. The civil rights protests were unpopular when they kicked off, right? I mean, lots of, you know, worthwhile movements didn't start when they were popular. Hell, the George Floyd protests, when they were going on, were hugely popular. Even though the Black Lives Matter movement, which kicked off, what, in 2015? At the time, that was not popular at all. In fact, before George Floyd, what most people associated with the Black Lives Matter movement was one guy who used a sniper rifle to kill 5 police officers. You remember that? What city was that in? Dorner? Was that Dorner? Dorner, I think that sounds right. It's been a while. Dallas? Was that in Dallas? Well, D something.
What's up?
Was that the black separatist guy? All I know is that he was goofy pilled and Joker-fied. But yeah, no, optics are difficult. No, I mean, if you're Trump, you don't do this as Trump when over half the country hates you. Sorry, I wasn't clear. Well, Trump has significantly less than a 50% approval rating, so we're clear on that. No. Don't make the mistake of assuming that when it comes to big power plays like this, the people doing them are operating like they're optimizing for like the most rational time to make their move, you know? For one, a ton of the people who are like involved in this decision making, people like Trump, Hegseth, Miller, are fucking insane or stupid or very incompetent. Like, seriously, do not overestimate their competence. They are very dangerous, but that does not necessarily mean that they're competent, right? And for two, you can pull off moves like this even when you're unpopular. You know, it's all very complicated, and I don't think anyone understands it completely, right? There's no 100% foolproof way of pulling off like what is effectively like a military coup. You know, I don't know. Turbo Pasta, are you implying I've never kissed a guy?
There's a dude named Isaiah. He showed me. He got hit in the arm with a rubber bullet and in the ass. It is crazy. The welds are like massive.
I know. Well, we have no coverage, but I think backpacks are fine. I don't think they're shooting people.
Oh, they're definitely.
Well, they're shooting rounds down there.
No.
Having fun down there.
Days of unrest there, demonstrations and confrontations, and that is where we are looking right now. Gabe Santos in Air 7 really quick before we hit the top of the hour. One last check with...
Is that Taylor Renz? It has to be, because she's wearing a mask.
Who's at Deco Den? Cutie Cinderella's Deco is decorating while you know, protests were unfolding, and then I wasn't even looking at chat. I come out, I'm like, Trump wants to declare martial law. I'm like, oh my god.
Oh my god. I was just asking Sergio. I mean, I think we're just going to be doing this like all day.
I like Taylor Lorenz a lot. I think she's got her head on straight for a lot of stuff. I do think, like many other people, that she's a little bit more COVID conscientious than I think is warranted in some cases, but there are worse crimes, you know. Some people, like for one, there's Jeffrey Epstein. That's like way worse than being a little bit too diligent with the masking, I think. Hitler? That's got to be worse. Vosh, what's prompting your belief that this won't just end in a stalemate with Trump, Bondi, and Hegseth falsely claiming LA has been liberated and declaring a unanimous victory? I don't know why you're phrasing it like that. What's prompting your belief? I don't think I've stated my point to that specifically. No matter what happens here, obviously Trump, Hegseth, and the like are going to say it's a victory. Like, what could possibly happen here that they're not going to call a victory, you know? Obviously that's true. It's more a matter of... you know, how much of an embarrassment this is for them in the broader scope, or what they're able to accomplish. But that could happen, for sure. In fact, I think it's likely that happens, you know?
You just gotta do it. That's why I started streaming on Twitch. So I could speak off the cuff.
So it just comes with like experience, because I know like you and your uncle, you did some work with your uncle and stuff when you first started, I think.
Yeah, and I suck. So I'm telling you, it's experience. Just gotta keep doing it.
It would help being like 6'4" too, but
no, I mean on camera nobody knows. Nobody knows how tall I am until I go outside. Okay. Uh-oh. Show you fucking pussy, I'm still ready.
Take your shirt off your pants. Don't run, don't stop.
Mayor's doing the press conference. That's important.
Angelenos to continue expressing your right, Los Angeles events, but people should also,
forcefully.
Okay, here we have LA Mayor Karen Bass again. NBA Finals will continue on ABC7. We'll continue to cover this on streaming.
To protest, that's their First Amendment right, but people should also exercise that right peacefully. We do not want to play into the administration's hands. We're working with officials, we're organizing resources, but what we're seeing in Los Angeles is chaos that is provoked by the administration. When you raid Home Depot and workplaces, when you tear parents and children apart, and when you run armored caravans through our streets, you cause fear and you cause panic. And deploying federalized troops is a dangerous escalation, but we need to be real about this. This is about another agenda. It's not about public safety. There's clearly no plan, and there is clearly no policy. I want the people of Los Angeles to know that we stand with all Angelenos, no matter where you were born. The First Amendment right gives you the ability, again, to protest peacefully, but it does not give you the right to be violent, to create chaos, or to vandalize property, and that will not be tolerated. So I call on all Angelenos to continue expressing your right, your anger, your outrage, but to do it peacefully. And I just have to say that all of you were there Friday. Everybody knows what happened Friday. A workplace, several workplaces were targeted and raids took place. Now, in the beginning...
So this is the kind of statement I expected from Kamala Harris. So I am glad that Kamala Harris did not take this statement. Lady, you had a template right there. Kamala Harris gave you the template. It was like a recent statement less than an hour ago by the Democratic presidential candidate. I feel like you could have worked off that a little.
Administration said they were just looking for dangerous felons, violent people. It's hard to say that that's what they found at a workplace or in a Home Depot parking lot. When this happens, it terrifies people. It sends a sense of fear and chaos in our city. And you well remember a few years ago in the last administration that kids were afraid to go to school, parents were afraid to go to work. This impacts all of our city. You can't terrify the workforce, and then expect for people to get the jobs done. So if you think about a father that went into a factory and now his family doesn't know where he is, the detainees have not been allowed to speak to legal counsel. That is a marked departure from what has happened in the past. When you think of a mother that might be working in a household, taking care of children on another side of town, that impacts that family as well as her family. And so this is something that I think should not be happening in our city, and I join with the governor in appealing to the administration to rescind the order to federalize the National Guard and allow the National Guard to come back under the control of the governor. So with that, we can open it up for questions.
Right.
Yes.
We're going to start with Lolita and then we'll go to Chelsea. Mayor, these protests that were demonstrations, I should say, did start out peacefully. You've been here since in the morning.
Right.
But then they scattered and people were moved around. Where is the LAPD in terms of being here to be able to deal with that and maybe stop them before they get on the 101 freeway?
Sure. Well, I think that basically they were overrun. But what is happening now is that the freeway is cleared. The California Highway Patrol, as you know, is in charge of the freeways. So they have moved all of the protesters back. They still might be there, but they are beginning to be dispersed. But LAPD is on the perimeter, so LAP is actively involved. You know that there were hundreds of protesters on the freeway and thousands of protesters off the freeway. So there is a joint collaboration going with the CHP, the LAPD.
Weak fucking statement. Yeah, it's genuinely, it's pathetic. I mean, given like what this represents and the basically unprecedented unjustified call-in of National Guardsmen to the city, the fact that you would take this hemming and hawing weak position is really fucking pathetic.
And then frankly, the National Guard, but you also know that the National Guard is deployed to protect federal property. So there is a National Guard troops in West.
What should she be saying? She should say that the protests have been overwhelmingly peaceful, that the people of Los Angeles won't tolerate the weaponization of the military to impede their First Amendment rights, the fact that the Trump administration is clearly looking to antagonize violence and put the city under siege. She should basically just lambast the president, like constantly, just nonstop, just tear into him. Like he's literally the guy doing this. ICE and the National Guard are the problems here. This wasn't a pre-existing issue. Los Angeles was fine on Thursday. Friday is when this started. It's literally his fault.
At the federal building and also here downtown.
Next question at Chase.
Mayor Bowser, have you reached out directly to the federal government, or is this you doing so right now with the media here? Have you tried to reach out?
No, my disappointment is I've been talking to the federal government for days. I was hoping to prevent this.
Should she get credit for the relative measured approach from LAPD? No, you can't take credit for something like that. Because like no one's gonna, none of the protesters are going to appreciate hearing their mayor say, you know, the cops were nice, they didn't crack down on them too hard. You know, that's not her purview. She should use this as an opportunity to attack Trump.
situation from happening. I was trying to encourage the administration that if they deployed the National Guard in Los Angeles, it would create a sense of chaos. It's the last thing our city needs. Our city is still trying to recover from the wildfires. And you just think about how so many people were impacted by that. And that's an example of where the administration was helpful. And to go from that situation to where we are now is just really tragic. And I think it's so unfortunate. It's the last thing Los Angeles needs.
When you say you reached out to the federal government, do you have any?
We are listening to LA Mayor Karen Bass address her city amidst unrest in Los Angeles. If you're continuing on ABC 7 on air, we will switch things over to the NBA Finals Game 2 between Indiana and Oklahoma City. We will continue to cover this, what is going on in Los Angeles, and continue listening to this press conference from Mayor Karen Bass, streaming on abc7.com.
Also, yeah, if I was the mayor of a city that my fascist president had deployed military to, I would not go, and he was so nice a couple months ago when he like did the bare minimum that presidents were expected to do and like used FEMA aid for us, you know? When Hitler sent like some federal funds over to help us like repave roads, like that was really nice of him. I didn't care for the whole like abducting Jews part, but you know, like remember when he was nice? Like I just fucking that was Biden, that wasn't Trump. Was that Biden? Holy shit, time blurs together. Was that Biden? That was Jan 14th? Oh. Huh. Okay. No, wait, the fires may have been then, but the dispersal of aid might have been later. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Whatever. Whatever. That's great. Cade plays bass. Better get me like a link to some info on it.
Came up from over there. Cops over there. Yeah. Are there cops coming in from that side too? Yeah. Oh shit. Look. They're all over the place. I think they're dispersing over there as well. Yeah. They're over there. They're over there. They're on that side too. They're making an increasingly smaller area.
Confirmed IDF is board of the flotilla. Okay. I don't know how Telegram works.
If you wish to deliver.
Yeah, you need to wait for that to be in a format that isn't Telegram. I'm sorry. That shit is AIDS. I'm not running through that on stream.
There's people up there too, yeah.
All right, here we go. 1 a.m. UK time. Israeli speedboat reached Madleen. At the time the boat was intercepted, no one is wounded. The captain asked me to record. I heard the soldiers speaking. While the captain was on the phone with me, I lost connection with the captain. She was telling me another boat is approaching. Currently under assault international water. Quadcopters are surrounding the ship, spraying it with a white irritant substance. Communications are jammed. Disturbing sounds are being played over the radio. Classic. Connection has been lost on the Madleen. Israeli army is boarded. We might not hear any other information for a while then. Presumably if the Israeli army is boarded, they're going to be taken under detention. They're still in international waters, yes? No, it's not white phosphorus. Nice. Rogue state, man. IDF released footage of them near the ship.
The maritime zone of the coast of Gaza is close to naval traffic, as part of a legal naval blockade. If you wish to deliver humanitarian aid to the Gaza Strip, you are able to do so through the port of Ashdod via the established channels and distribution centers. The maritime zone...
They released that? What's the Madeleine? That's the aid ship that Greta Thunberg is on, heading over to Gaza. They're in water that is international, but Israel claims to be theirs. I look forward to all of the international condemnation that Israel will, you know, incur from this. The foreign ministry tweeted that. That's a super normal thing to do. The Israeli Navy is currently communicating with the, quote, selfie yacht. Using an international civilian communication system, the Israeli Navy has instructed the selfie yacht to change its course due to its approach toward a restricted area. International waters! Cool. Selfie yacht? Because they're denigrating the activists. They're saying like, oh, it's just a bunch of teenagers taking pictures with their phones. Selfie yacht. Video from on board.
It's chemical. Okay, they're dropping chemicals on us. They're dropping chemicals on us. We don't know what it is. Look at this. Look at this. They are. Okay, everyone, take cover, please.
Take over, everyone. Take over and be careful, please. Look, so, we've all practiced this. We knew this could happen.
They are not peaceful. This is not an interception. This is another war crime about to happen. This is another war crime about to happen against civilians. It's civilian. It's trip of carrying nothing.
Look at these teenagers who have a problem with us killing toddlers. Yeah.
Keep your eyes on us. I will turn the camera so you can see what I mean. We don't know what this is. I don't know how to turn this camera around.
What is this, guys?
So, here it is. We don't know. We don't know. We don't know what this is. Guys, can we put this down? Can we
I don't think it's a good idea, yes.
Okay.
I don't think it's a good idea. Everyone. We know our positions. We just sound the alarm to everyone. We are in contact with our land team here. Stay calm. Get your passport.
Is Greta okay? Has anyone heard from her? This is hearing from them.
Passport.
I don't have my passport.
Me neither. So, I'm going to distribute them. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Baptiste.
Guys, what? Are you seriously? Just because white phosphorus has white in the name doesn't mean everything that's white is white phosphorus. You know what white phosphorus even does? It's goop on the ship. It's probably a chemical irritant.
Okay, so they have so many things. Sorry, okay, come on.
So you can see it clearly there. It stinks really, really bad.
I need to drive back.
We don't know what it is. And we're putting up the Palestine flag to protect us, literally. We are using the Palestine flag to protect us. This is what we are doing right now. We don't know what this paint is. I cannot tell you. It smells very
Let's go! But white paint.
Shit, guys. I'm so sorry that there's so much happening right now. Do we have the grab bags?
Avoid to inhale this paint. Avoid to touch it.
Do we have masks, guys?
What is this? It's paint?
We don't have any masks.
And then shortly afterwards, the IDF boarded the vessel.
We are being intercepted.
Please, go to your places. Ditch their phones. Ditch their.
We're probably not going to hear from them for a while. You know, if we do. Yikes. It's so far into international waters. Yeah, no kidding. Jesus Christ. This is the last recorded location of the flotilla. They're so far away from Israel's international waters. It's a rogue state, dude. It's definitionally piracy. Jesus. How likely do you think it is we won't hear back from them ever? Probably not likely that we won't hear back from them ever. Yeah, it's pretty fucking scary. Well, Israel's shown it's not going to be deterred, I suppose. Don't really know what to say, to be honest with you. Just fucking scary. Germany better react against Israel? Good luck with that. Oh, Mamdani's speaking on the protest. That's nice.
See or reflect what we're seeing right now is authoritarianism, and what our city and every city needs is a leader who will look it in the eyes and not see a reflection of themselves, because this isn't just an attack on immigrants who are being picked up by masked men in unmarked cars. This is an attack on the very essence of our cities and our states and our country. And we are seeing too many so-called leaders across this country who are sitting idly by as this takes place, when we know that Donald Trump never rewards concessions. He can only be defeated if you're willing to fight him. And that's the kind of fight we have to bring in this country in this moment. What we're seeing.
He's so fucking good, man. He's so fucking good. More cars on fire?
If you want to lie.
It's a Waymo. Who cares? Pretty sure the average Angelino would thank you for getting rid of one. Could be wrong, but looks like National Guard with actual guns. What do you mean? Yeah, that's definitely National Guard, but no, they are, those are not actual guns. See that big tank on top of it right there? National Guardsmen, when they're deployed to, you know, quell riots or whatever, these days they're usually given less lethal ammunition, you know? They're given, yeah, the pepper ball guns or tear gas and what have you. No orange tip. The orange tip is for you. They can have the black tip. That's not Marines, that's DHS or some shit. I'm pretty sure those are the no, not Marines. I'm pretty sure those are Homeland Security. Wait, not Homeland Security, fuck. National Guard. National Guard. Yeah, those are definitely National Guard. Marines do not dress like that. Brave of you to be up there when you have a knee injury. Well, things seem pretty calm here. I don't expect the National Guardsmen to instigate.
Weekend on the Trump administration's actions, and at the same time, on the other hand, said that violence is not acceptable, and so admitting that there is a lot of violence playing out amid these protests, and so that
ABC 7, ABC 7, you never disappoint. Marines are prepared to deploy. Hold on, don't fall for misinfo.
I also want to ask you about some breaking news that we're just getting in. This is brand new into our newsroom, that the U.S. Northern Command is saying that approximately 500 active duty Marines are, quote, prepared to deploy.
This isn't new. I remember hearing this earlier today. They are prepared to deploy, as in they're on standby. They are not being deployed. They might be deployed. Yeah, but right now they're still with their coloring books, okay? Just be careful, okay? Marines coming down here would be serious.
In their words, as unrest in
I don't think the Marines have less lethal weapons.
Los Angeles continues. This is after, of course, the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, had mentioned this. Is that necessary at this point?
No, I'm going to be, I mean, not operationally, it's not necessary. There may be other reasons for it. I want to just.
That is clearly our coverage here. I'm Jory Rand as we are continuing our coverage of the unrest in downtown Los Angeles. And we do see possibly some officers moving in now to try and gain control of this situation. This is still, I saw some smoke in the background, so I'm not sure if that's a flashbang smoke or whether these officers are moving in on this situation. But a large crowd gathering here. I think this is Los Angeles Street.
What?
Wouldn't there have to be a declaration of martial law to send Marines? Nope. President has the ability to deploy the military within the United States. Or, I mean, realistically elsewhere, I guess, if they want to. No, they don't. Well, they do if there's an emergency. And as it turns out, in their infinite wisdom, the founding fathers really didn't specify what an emergency meant.
I'm genuinely huge fan. Like, thank you. I'm here.
Pose Comitatus says no. When did you all learn this term? When did you all learn it? And why are you using it against me? Listen, motherfucker, before you get banned, okay? Listen carefully. Pose Comitatus Act is a U.S. federal law that generally prohibits the use of the U.S. military for civilian law enforcement purposes. It does not prevent the president from deploying them. It just means the Marines can't arrest you unless the Insurrection Act is passed. Why do you learn the term and then you get snivelly with it? You think knowing a little bit of what is this, Latin? You think that makes you smarter than me? No, not being a live streamer is what makes you smarter than me. But clearly you don't know that. I'm sending you to hell for 6 hours.
A lot is not good in the world.
He's got his clan hood on upside down.
You got a lighter, buddy? Scumbags. Fucking bullshit.
Oh, is he learning about the flotilla?
I gotta ask you something, man. What's up? So we've been, obviously the big narratives that we're gonna see tomorrow is like people saying that everyone's coming here to do just this. And when there's unrest and when there's unjust institutions, stuff like this is gonna happen. But how would you kind of quell the fears of people who support the cause but see this and start to get second thoughts?
I mean, it's property damage at the end of the day. Yeah. Look, it's...
the car?
We're right here. We're not doing anything. And I don't feel like I'm under threat. I'll tell you when I feel like I'm under threat. When the fucking cops are tear gassing us, when we're on the side of the road, even when we're not even on the road, you know? That's like, property damage at the end of the day is only consequential because it hurts humans, right? It hurts, it hurts people's profit margins and therefore potentially their bottom line and therefore their livelihoods. But a lot of people worry about property damage for the sake of property damage in itself. This isn't to say like this is, you know, all great, but but at the end of the day, it's not like a terrifying situation at all. Seeing it on television obviously feels a lot different than just like being right here. When you're right here, you realize it's nothing to be.
I think an important point to stress is that the larger a protest is, the safer you are in that protest. But one thing that'll affect you no matter what is the consequence of not protesting against authoritarianism. Like, you literally cannot run from that unless you escape the country, right? I don't think protesting is that scary. Hassan chose to get up there right up in front of the cops. But, you know, if there's a protest of multiple thousands of people, as long as you're, not to say it's a skill issue, but it is a skill issue. As long as you're not stupid, you can usually avoid being kettled by the cops. You get too into it, that's when you're in trouble. But as long as you keep, you know, the right place, roughly the right place, you keep your wits about you. Also, don't be disabled. You have to be able to run. No. Seriously, like, for the most part, I think it's fine. How many people joined the BLM protests and we're fine, you know?
That our institutions are going to take care of us. They're going to be just. They're going to be honest. They're going to protect citizens. Thanks for being here. Oh, thank you. And when that falls apart, when that social contract falls apart, people are understandably disturbed. People are understandably angry, and they lash out. These kinds of...
Northcom statement? Yeah, we already knew this. Additionally, approximately 500 Marines from 2nd Battalion, 7th Marines at 29 Palms, California, are in a prepared-to-deploy status should they be necessary to augment and support the DoD's protection of federal property and personnel efforts. Having the Marines here would actually be pretty bad because those guys are not trained for crowd control, not that bright, and I don't think they have less lethal ammunition. I think they would just go up there with their... I think they would just have the guns. And they've got a bad case of crayon brain. Very dangerous.
Oh, that one's on fire too now. Okay, we gotta move away from that.
Yeah. But yeah, man, I mean, I could have said it better. Like, obviously people are here just because they care about their community. They're not here to cause shit. And even if shit gets caused, it's to bring the voice louder. Like MLK has always said, right? It's like, writing is the voice of the unheard. People are going to do this shit as long as the government's unjust. Don't have an unjust government.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, it's simple. The pressure valve in liberal democracies is supposed to be the election cycle. What's good? And you vote, you go out and you vote for your candidate, and your candidate's supposed to fight for your interests, and you're supposed to feel represented. But when that doesn't happen, people understandably get angry. Where the fuck where is our government? We're in California, we're in Los Angeles. This is unacceptable. This many people are out here in the streets right now, not because they're mad about, I don't know, fucking, it's some dumb, irrelevant bullshit. Like, they're mad because their neighbors are getting fucking kidnapped in what is supposed to be a sanctuary city, what is supposed to be a sanctuary state. And it also hits really weird when you're fucking standing in that crowd and you see some pig fuck wearing the latest gear. He's got fucking...
Horseback cops, you have my attention.
Leave the area!
This guy's got real RoboCop face syndrome. I was promised that they would get a flashback. Well, there you go. No, the horse.
Yeah, Freeman, you fucking bitch!
That's a well-trained horse. Normally, horses will lose their shit, like, at nothing, you know? They're like fucking deer. God damn. The Marines actually do crowd control training? Look. I won't say that I'm an expert on how Marines are trained, because I'm definitely not. Just my understanding is that they do not have the temperament or experience, like, unlike National Guardsmen, who are typically brought in for, like, domestic disturbances, and you don't want to, you know, shoot civilians or citizens of America or whatever. The Marines are kind of, you know...
The training we're doing here today is basic riot control.
Okay, everyone take notes, okay? Because soon you'll be up against this in LA.
Crowd control formations. The training is important because you never really know what's going to happen. If you're in a situation and you come across a hostile crowd that they may not have lethal means, but they're causing some sort of disturbance in front of you, you need to know on how to conduct yourself, how to disperse that crowd.
God damn. It's perfect. They found a very Marine-looking man for this video.
Without being hostile, it's a tool that you can use without having to engage a crowd with lethal means. What riot control and crowd control will be used for is anytime you have a hostile situation where you have an active crowd or an active personnel that don't want to disperse from a certain area, or if you just need to show a force to get a crowd to disperse.
Went in for that one.
Use riot control, crowd control. The exercises that we were doing was the basic shield line, and then behind the shield line you have what we call snatch teams. Usually it's a 5-man team. Once you engage the crowd or engage an individual that's out in front of the shield line and they come down to the ground, you would send a snatch team out.
This looks so
snatch
fucking...
team, their basic job is to provide security for the members behind them and to restrain that individual that's out in front of them. Non-lethal training gives commanders an option that they can use.
Loud ass music, man.
In their book, so they don't have to engage someone with lethal means. It gives them that extra option to use.
I guess the lesson from this is that if for some reason a person body slams your shield wall, how to grab them after.
That extra option to use.
At least they're having fun. Okay, maybe we should send the Marines to Los Angeles. I'm not that scared of them anymore. Marines are the gayest service branch. Ah, hello. Navy man looking to deflect, huh? I see you. Ah. Light-skinned man yelling the N-word. Yep, it's LA. What about Korean man? That's the LA experience, okay? Yeah, the problem with like the violent versus Vosh, the Marines were part of the Navy, lol. What is it about you people? And this is, no, I'll tell you what it is. This is why you can't maintain stable relationships. You're insufferable. Everyone knows the Marines are part of the Navy. They're considered their own separate branch, though, when people talk. It's the, like, what do you, like, it's a subcategory, okay? No one cares. Well, you know you're talking about different things. You say the Marines, when you say the Navy, you know you're referring to the non-Marine Navy. Marines literally has Marine in the name. Isn't the Navy super gay? Yes, and everyone who is pedantic to me is trying to distract from that fact. Anyway, what I was trying to say was this really brings light, I think, to the difference between, like, rowdy and violent, because obviously folks are being rowdy here, right? But where's the violence? You could walk through here safe. Oh, well, I think a cop just threw a grenade, so maybe not. This is a safe place to be. I mean that. I know that sounds like a joke, but, like, seriously. You remember, like, BLM or what? You can walk through here, okay. You know, any crowd's dangerous. You walk through a shopping center, some guy might shoulder check you, you fall off the stairs and die. You know, who knows? I just don't... People... The right wing did this so aggressively back during the BLM protests, which was the newsmen would say this protest was not violent, and then the right wing would show like a screenshot of that newsman standing next to a trash can on fire, and they'd be like, Lamau, the Jews in the media are trying to trick us again. And it's like, I mean, leaving aside the deplorable anti-Semitism, it's like, dude, a trash can on fire doesn't fucking hurt you. Okay, so somebody lit the trash can on fire. That shit ain't dangerous to you unless you, like, walk into it. I mean, are you gonna walk into the burning Waymo? When people say they feel unsafe, what they often mean is they feel proximate to crime and poverty. That's why, even though we're at record low levels of criminality, people always say they feel unsafe when they're downtown. It's because of homelessness or graffiti or because of trash. But trash doesn't make you unsafe, even though I think it's sticky or stinky. Well, it's icky and stinky, you know? Homeless people, on average, do not make you unsafe. Sorry, the guy who's bundled up in the newspapers is not the biggest threat to you, okay? The biggest threat to you, statistically speaking, is your shitty boyfriend or ex-boyfriend, okay? Just get past it, all right? People look for signifiers of danger, but in reality, like, signifiers of danger are things you're taught to recognize. They're not the same as actual danger. You know what I mean? And part of this is just the way our brain's wired, right? For instance, people tend to get a little bit nervous when they hear a bush rustling. When was the last time anything came out of a rustling bush that hurt you? Do you live out in the wilderness? People will hear a bush rustling behind them and they'll go like, oh. Like, what the fuck do you think is coming out of there that's gonna... You think there's like a coyote? What are you doing that? It's hard coded, you know? You hear a bush rustling and your great times 50,000, you know, grandfather, you know, their memory as it lives in your fucking primal lizard DNA tells you there's a mountain lion that's about to jump out of there. People see homeless people, you know, they see fire and they think, oh, well, it's dangerous, you know? You have to keep your feet planted on this one, because otherwise dipshit Nazis and 14-year-olds on social media are going to unironically, they burned down Portland, they burned down Seattle, every fucking time a black guy coughs too loud in front of a camera, okay? You can't let them have that, all right? They're still doing that shit. Didn't Portland get burned down? Didn't Seattle get burned down? After that Cal Anderson Park, the Chaz, the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone thing, a bunch of people, dude, it's lawless over there. Bro, I was in Seattle when Chaz happened. I never even fucking noticed. It didn't affect my shit at all. Did I go by Capitol Hill? Yeah, with like shopping or whatever. What did I do when I was over there? I shopped. Nothing changed. So people are being rowdy a block away. You know when that happens? A fucking block party. You know why you're not used to that? Because you live in fucking Dayton. So sorry you're not familiar with a block party. Sorry you're not familiar with seeing hot people fuck around in the PM, okay? Sorry, your life is boring and you suck. Dude, I'm fucking scared right now. There's a bunch of college students a block down and they're being like rowdy. I think a trash can got set on fire. You're sad. It's like conservative guys who make being afraid of big cities their fucking personality. Guy's got a pickup truck and he's like, oh, downtown Chicago? No, I don't go down there. You know why? Yeah, because you're a bitch. I do know why. You're correct. What are we doing? Teabagging the Waymo. Okay. Also, the worst civil unrest we see in America pales in comparison to soccer hooliganism in Europe. Just saying. Like, because we're really getting outdone here. Is that the Channel 5 guy? I think that is, yeah. On the beat. Is that actually true? The Channel 5 thing? Yes. Is the soccer hooliganism, sorry, football hooliganism thing true? Also, yes. Unironically. There are genuinely, like, there's so much more actual agitation and actual danger following, like, big sports upsets here and in, I don't know, Philadelphia or whatever, than anything you get from protests like this. They burnt the shit out of that car. Are these cars electric? Yeah. That's true, ding ding dong. It is a race thing. That's why the main thing the right wing is focusing on with regard to these protests is race. Race and nationality. Mexican flags, Mexican people, illegal immigrants, blah, 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 blah. Not actually talking about the dynamics of the protest.
Insane. And just seeing the
had tweeted about riots and looting. I don't know that I would characterize it that way, but certainly when you have groups like this, from what we've seen, Tommy Pan over here to the left here, it's the vast majority are people taking videos, people waving flags, people walking around, people wanting to be part of the cause, wanting to have their voices heard, and wanting to show the power of numbers and the power of force. Certainly Friday night when we were out here, it was 24, maybe 30 agitators throwing rocks, covered head to toe, trying to instigate the police officers and the feds who were there. The vast majority, that's another big explosion, huh? The vast majority of the folks here seem to be those who are walking around, and you have these pockets of people who are intentionally causing some issues. I'm pausing here for a second just to take a see if police are moving up any closer. Obviously, the biggest concern anytime you have a car fire, but especially when you have a car fire surrounded by people standing around, is you have a gas tank full of gasoline and a fire and explosion here.
Well, those are electric, so the batteries could go.
You know, it's interesting. We've gotten used to over the last day and a half to tell the difference between a fireworks like that or flashbang being fired by authorities. A subtle difference, and frankly, doesn't really make.
Like, does it look okay? Serious question to like the pussies in YouTube chat or whatever. Does it seriously look like the area this guy's in is in like danger? Like, could you not just like walk right through here and be fine? Get it, like a lot of people, they look at this and they're just like, oh, well, it's like unsafe. Dude, you could walk your family through here. It genuinely, almost 100% of the time, the only reason walking through an area like this wouldn't be safe is because the cops move in. That's literally. Last night, when we were seeing the rowdy boys over on over in Compton, you know, tossing shit at cops, again, overwhelmingly, the risk there is the cops shoot at you. Overwhelmingly. Like almost 100% of the time, that's what you got to be worried about. People act like chaos is the same as danger. That's a good way of putting it. That is a good way of putting it. Yeah, they do. Uh-huh. So they'll see something orderly, like police cracking down on a protest, and they'll be like, well, that's not dangerous. That's like, well, they shouldn't have been there. And then they'll see, like, you know, what, a fucking Waymo on fire? I don't give a shit. I simply do not give a shit. And neither does Waymo, frankly. And it's like, you know, unexpected, and they'll lose their mind. Not disagreeing, but if you're driving nearby and see a car in flames, what should they make of that? I don't know. Protesters? I don't know. I mean, I've driven past a car on fire before. I guess I mostly thought, like, well, that just happened. I didn't say that out loud, though, because I didn't want to embarrass myself in front of my cool friends.
A decent-sized crowd watching these cars continue to burn. Otherwise, as Tim said, things do look relatively peaceful at this hour. We saw the folks at Aliso and Alameda sitting down on the ground. We saw the folks at Temple and Alameda just kind of waiting it out. It's broken down.
I mean, it'd be pretty unsettling to drive by a car on fire. Sure. But what you're thinking right now is, the implication is, if that car's on fire, maybe there are belligerent people around who might light my car on fire. And I understand this. But I think what you're really reacting to is the chaos and not a reasonable assessment of danger. If you are driving, overwhelmingly the greatest threat to you is another car slamming into you. And you pass by other cars like hundreds of times a minute. In LA, you are surrounded at all times by your number one enemy, which is another vehicle slamming into you. You know? But you see that, and that's orderly. It's supposed to be like that. So you just go along, you know, oh yeah, at any moment, any one of these people could make a slight turn on the wheel and slam into me at 70 miles an hour. But that's how it's supposed to be. Then you see a car on fire, and the incredibly tiny, like the idea, they're like vagabond car fire starters, you know, like it's people just like arbitrarily attacking cars, even ones that are moving and occupied, which that hasn't been demonstrated. And then you think, oh, well, that's now a threat I have to consider. I mean, I guess, but I think it's less of a threat than just another car hitting you. You know what I mean? Don't the cars on fire make people less likely to join the protests? Yes, which is why I don't actually defend lighting cars on fire. The only thing that I'm criticizing is the idea that people doing irresponsible, rowdy stuff like this makes the protest unsafe. You know, that makes it dangerous. I'm trying to thread the line. I'm being an enlightened centrist right now, but I mean it. I think it's a very important position to hold, which is that this isn't productive, but it's also not violent. It's not dangerous. Regular Los Angeles traffic is dangerous. Police officers cracking down on protesters who are holding a line is violent. This is just irresponsible. But it's a Waymo, so...
They were hit with tear gas, and so he's back at it again. There's another explosion coming out of that car. We thank all of our photojournalists for being there and our reporters on the ground. This is not easy stuff. It's a very precarious, dangerous situation.
Besides, Los Angelinos live to drive, so seeing a Waymo get taken out, it's like seeing a robot that's replaced you in your job getting destroyed, you know? Yes! Now there's more room on the road for me to drive!
Nice, yeah. Oh, this is like from a journalist staging area. There's like people.
Oh, I see.
They don't have the 12 battery.
12 modem.
12 modem backpack.
Taylor.
What?
Yeah, I'm talking to you. Yes, my car is nice.
Look at that cloud
Good news is I messaged you. 95% of the violence was officers. 5 were Huevos. Also probably flashbang explosions. Yeah.
Vroom, 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 vroom. Would I rather shit blood every time I urinate or have all the blood in your body replaced with urine? I think shitting blood every time I urinated would at least keep me alive. All of my blood being replaced with urine would probably not keep me alive. And I do want to live.
Violent.
Yeah, get that mask back on, Taylor.
They set a trash can on fire, and then all the photographers are like, oh.
But that's precisely why I come out here to do this stuff, because that's why I did it at the UCLA encampments too, is to be like, this is a overwhelmingly peaceful civil disobedience act, and the minor infractions from people who are just like going crazy.
They also told NBC that the cops told NBC that they were only shooting at people's feet.
That's not true.
That's not true at all. There's a girl with a broken finger over there with her fingers like half off.
We had someone come up. She was waving I think she was wearing a Palestinian flag, and a cop pointed her out. She had a saddle. She had like
Political
a
Bush Red
on,
succeeded
like
making Bosch a centrist. Hey, listen.
Sand backpack.
It's been like that for a while.
And they shot her in the arm, and I think she went to a field medic, but she showed us the injury. It was like
fucked up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a huge welt because they're shooting bullets. They went on the bridge above Temple and were shooting down at the protesters.
Yeah, no, they're.
So they're.
I mean, we got caught in the crossfire a little bit with the flashbangs, but they're definitely not. They are definitely aiming at people.
Yeah.
The idea that they are not aiming at people is bullshit.
Well, there's just so many like these. Also, just like these people.
Oh,
like,
these cops right there.
They're
yeah.
all over. They're all in these buildings, and they were up there, and they're on that roof. I feel like they've just up there at the top. I mean, they're just trying to surround everyone, I think.
I hear someone coughing.
But
Taylor, put that mask back on right now.
Yeah,
You're
it's
seconds
weird.
from
It sucks, and it's also like LA is such a big city that the way that they're portraying it on the news is like LA in chaos, and it's like 10 minutes up the road, you don't even know this is happening.
Oh, shut up, lol. I like her, I do. I'm just being a goofball. I'm just being a goofy goober, okay?
Things actually are, and the chaos and the fear that I felt.
Or are you being so mean? I'm not being mean.
Random protesters.
I'm being a goofy goober. What do you want? You're mean?
It is
Honestly.
Yeah.
That is the only time you ever, unless you actually participate in one of these things, chat, it's hard to make that assessment. Because I get it, like when you're watching it, you're like, well, it looks so scary and so crazy. But when you're here and you're in the crowd, you're like, oh no, this is terrifying when a fucking suited up, jackbooted thug of the state is pointing their fucking their grenade launcher at you. Oh my god.
They also, also there's just so much.
I really do feel like such a big hack to looking good, even in oversized clothing, is just cut it so that it hems right here where your waistline is, or like at your hip where your belt tends to be, you know? It's such a good hack. I bet, like, Hassan's always done that, and I imagine it's because, given his size, you know, he probably wears, like, XL or double XL clothing, but then that shit, like, double XL clothing is made for fat people, basically, so that shit, like, hangs down, you know? You wear a hoodie that fits on the shoulders, and then it goes fucking down to your knees like a dress, you know? I know about the flotilla.
What are they gonna do?
They're not gonna be here for like 4 hours.
But also, what are they gonna do? Like, this does not even require this much police presence, to be fair.
The police are just antagonizing and shooting everyone.
yeah.
And everyone's just like peacefully. There's literally, I've seen many old people, like elderly people, like old people, just like peacefully marching around. This helicopter is so low.
Yeah.
The police are trying to start a fight. I think it's complicated. Obviously, as individuals, the police are belligerent and evil. As a city, as an apparatus of the city, right? I think that what are they looking at?
Government buildings.
Are those sheriffs? As like a force of the city, I think that they are trying to minimize the involvement of the National Guard. Like right now, there are only so and so many National Guardsmen here, and as soon as the protesters made contact with the National Guardsmen, the police pushed them back. And since then, it's been entirely like police-protester engagement. You know, I don't think they want to be... I don't think they want to be seen as being, like, insufficient in dealing with the protesters. It's complicated. It's complicated. Obviously, it doesn't mean the police are, like, good.
You're gonna have to go find an alley? Nah, I'll be fine. I'm looking for a place to pee. There was a Hilton or a DoubleTree down there, but it's too far.
Yeah, you have to walk to like Japantown or go to one of these restaurants on the other side.
Yeah, we might do that. I don't know if they're still open, but...
Well, Japantown's open if you walk over that way. That's...
How far is that, though?
It's a little bit of a walk. It's down here. It's like you're gonna go...
Some coffee shops around.
Yeah, down here. Oh. It's like that and that. But I don't... Although that might be closed off. You'll probably have to walk straight.
No, cops aren't there. They're normally
we can go straight and then go around.
And then go around.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna go try to find Sergio and the other journalists that I came with.
All right.
Stay safe, guys. Stay safe.
You want to go to Little Tokyo?
You want to go to Little Tokyo because you can't help yourself.
Low key, some ramen would hit right now.
Weebs.
There is a
trying to have some fucking soba noodles. Look.
Yeah, where are you?
I can rip a coffee too.
Here, a souvenir for you.
I don't want that.
You don't want the fucking rubber bullet?
No, you keep it.
You're a lot taller than you look on right.
I'm gonna go like down 2 blocks and then left 1 block. That's great, yeah. Thank God. Lord knows I need the fucking... Yes. Send them all to me.
Are they getting the sushi?
Oh, that breeze is so nice.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was replying to a email. All right.
It's crazy seeing LA...
Boring, washed. No one watches him anymore. What's going on here?
Leftist shill in mainstream media utter the words peaceful protest, I'll throw up, to which the governor responded, this video is from 2020. And so there he is active, going back and trying to prove his point that the president was wrong to bring in the National Guard against his wishes.
I know he wasn't saying that. I know he was quoting, but like, fuck, man, on the unmute, on a live feed. Jesus fucking Christ. Dude, ABC7 has been whipping me around. God almighty. Look, folks, I have a feeling that these protests are going to be ongoing for quite a long time. Like, they could extend on weeks and weeks and weeks. And I'm sorry if you're bored of them, but... I did grow up here. I've got a bias. I think I'm going to take the hint for now, though. Right now, things are a little quiet. After dark, things might pick up again. Pretty soon, a convoy of National Guardsmen are going to arrive, and they're going to have to find space to house 2,000 people. So, basically what I'm saying is I'm going to take a bit of a break. I might pop on later tonight, but, you know. Oh, they aren't there yet? No, the main convoy hasn't arrived. Now, of course, before I go, to anyone watching right now, please like and subscribe. Join my website, chat, vosh.gg if you wanna. That's where people type the funny frogs in the bottom left. I love you guys very much. Thank you. I'm going to read donos. These are the donos from tonight and from last night. I'm going to read them in a perfunctory fashion because I'm a little tired and hungry, to be honest with you. I'm a little tired. I'm a little hungry. Tips. I meant tips. I meant tips. IRS. I meant tips. No tax on tips. No tax on these. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Well, Dog, I am fucking sweaty. I'm wearing like about as light as clothing gets. And it is warm in here. I've had the AC running the whole time. Are you coming back or are you done for the night? If things remain quiet, I will be done for the night and it'll be a long day of streaming tomorrow. If things don't remain quiet, then I will come back tonight. Wait, no other news today? I don't really have it in me to cover a bunch of other stuff after this, you know? I feel like I'm kind of locked in right now on this. So I'll take the breaks when I can. Cuddle your kitties? Yes, please. Gotta give Ruben some belly rubs. Okay, quick reads. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, much appreciated. Abyss Tress and Ugmo85, thank you for the tier 3 subs both. Very, very kind of you. Thank you. Dutsy with the tier 1 sub, thank you kindly. And Bleach143, thanks the tier 2 sub. Hey Vosh, it's the therapist chatter. Just passed the NCM HCE test. That's too long. So have a membership, you deserve it. Also as a fellow Seattle citizen, thank you for your work. Hey, congratulations on passing that test I just learned about. I assume it was difficult if you're proud of it. SamFan155, thank you for the $5. Sublime Object, thank you for the 10. Mortaray, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Lady of my cats, thank you for the 527. Happy to hear you're enjoying your voice training. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Why have a husband when you clearly have a superior jazz band? I would never have a husband. I'll only have a gender-ambiguous beloved partner. Keep you guys guessing. Flying Dutchman, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Feels like momentum against ICE is building up. Protests in my state because they detained an 18-year-old high school senior. Ugh. Yeah, they definitely make it easy to hate them. Intrepid Elm, thanks to the tier 1 sub. Thank you for covering this. I first subscribed from your live coverage of Nashville bombing on Christmas in 2020. This feels a little similar. Yeah, unfortunately, the stakes for this one are a lot higher, so we'll see how it goes. And thank you to the fine people who complimented my shirt. I appreciate that. Thank you again for the dono, Sublime Object. I responded to them earlier, but all the same, much appreciated. Not Alpaca, thank you for the $5. Genuine question, if you're in a wheelchair, what happens if you get arrested? Do they put your chair in the car? Honestly, it really depends. I think that you get treated pretty badly if you're in a wheelchair and you get arrested. They might fuck you up a little bit. If you've got a bulky wheelchair, they are not tossing that shit in the back, okay? Yeah, they should shoot you right there. Fork Nucula, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, we do have content to cover when I get back, either tonight or later. That's a lot of super chats. Super tips. Saucy, Bay Photo, and Galactic Moth, thank you for the $2 all. Really appreciate that. Don't Feed Phil, thank you for the $5. Long live the NCR. This is somehow worse than the people who, anytime I talk about LA, they're like, oh yeah, GTA 5. You people, I swear. Theresa, Score, Galactic Moth again, Dark City, and Saucy again. Thank you for the $2. I really appreciate that. This is from last night. Test Trekkie, thank you for the 2 $5 Australian donations. Very kind of you. Silver Princess, Bay Photo again, and Jonathan Napier, thank you likewise for the $5. Yeah, okay, I answered those when I streamed last night. Moda Cool, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Yeah, this is 100% an unjustified power play. It's really just a matter of like, will it work? I don't know. Saucy and Still Alive, thank you for the $2 both. Really appreciate those. Hello Finder and Fragile Wolf, thank you for the $10. When are we going to see the end of this madness? Like never? We are many years out from the funky times ending. we're in the shit, you know, like we're a while. This is like the very beginning of it. The very beginning. Maybelline, thank you for the $20. I was very happy to come back on stream. Very, very happy. You know, it's a little bit exhausting covering a subject this heavy, especially from, you know, the town I grew up in. I mean, I do care about it, even if I hate it. But it is also energizing and very morale boosting to see so many people out there protesting. Jordan Saylor and Mama Murphy, thank you for the $2.79 Canadian and $2. Gus Ledius, Ding Ding Dong, Peter Slime, and Papa Pini, thank you for the $5 all. And Norwegian, no, not Norwegian, New Zealand bucks. Does this mean house-to-house searches by the National Guard or only crowd control and security? The National Guard can't do house-to-house searches. Well, in some very specific instances they can, without the Insurrection Act being triggered, but that's not really what they're going to be doing. In all likelihood, they're just going to be standing around looking stupid. But like spooky-like, you know? Hillel Finder, thank you for the two $10 donos. Reminder that Cuomo would welcome this in NYC, especially once he's in Trump's DOJ pocket. Yup! Zoran is more phone banking tomorrow afternoon. Guys, this was from yesterday. It's tomorrow afternoon right now. If you're not done improving this country, listen, you've already bettered this country by watching me. Huge boon. Trust me. America thanks you. But you can do more by signing up with Progressive Victory and doing phone banking for Zoran Mamdani, the guy who does need to win the New York City Democratic mayoral primary, or we're all going to die. The stakes are pretty high. Give it your best shot. Still Alive and Christy Y, thank you for the $2 both. Pants, Galactic Moth, and Still Alive, thank you for the $5. Dude, a week ago, people were complaining that you're being too doomer, and now you're too optimistic. People will consume political content to affirm an emotional bias they already had, and when I don't think the things they think, they get mad at me for it. It's not even a matter of analysis. It's a matter of emotional affirmation. But I know that behavior comes from a place of hurt. So I don't, you know, I try to be not too mean about it, just a little mean. Galactic Moth, thank you for the $5. Read How the South Won by Heather Cox Richardson. Heather Cox Richardson. Wendy Dev, thank you for the $10. Thank you. I have a question. I'm sure you get a lot. Forgive me. How do I educate myself? I come from conservative Christian Midwest. So at this point, I realized I'm allowed to be woke. Look, in my opinion, it's not about what you know. It's about how you know the things you know. Having a good process for assessing, evaluating, and incorporating new information that you obtain is much more important than having a big block of like info in your head. You know, you need to know how it ties together and how to use it. So what I would recommend, honestly, is, and I think this is just a great like mental exercise for everyone, you know, is pick a news story, any story, right? Can be, just make sure it's at least a little divisive, and then see how everyone covers it, right? And then think, you know, so like you've got, like, say, I don't know, a bill passes. How does left-wing media, how does centrist media, how does right-wing media talk about it, you know? And then you think, well, why do they talk about it that way, you know? Because, like, it's easy to say, well, the right-wing media supports this because these are right-wing bills. Sure, but why? Like, fundamentally, why, right? Because it's certainly been the case in the past that left-wing policies have been disliked by left-wing people have been disliked by left-wing people, and right-leaning people have disliked what you would think would be right-leaning initiatives. Is this a Ground News ad? No, never used it. I think you can do this just Googling around. But it's a good exercise. Thank you. Don't Feed Phil and Pants, thank you for the $5 both. Like for beautiful partner. I do every day. Shodang, Sir Lags a lot, Mr. Scary Pasta, Casual Sheep Gardener, and Casual Sheep Gardener again. Thank you for the $2 all. Gabor, thank you for the 2,490 Hungarian currency that I always forget the name of. You know how I am. Mogasan and Stephanie V, thank you for the €5 and dollars. Is this the first time your National Guard is deployed in the service of the government, not the people? Well, that would be pretty narrativized for me to suggest, right? I mean, I think that there have been plenty of times the National Guard has been deployed in the service of the government. Every time they've been deployed, right? I mean, the government's the one that deploys them, after all. Look at what they're willing to spend on resources to terrorize and control, but not to help or feed people. Yep. Yep. Never forget, the United States was able to dig into its pockets and find both the money and productive capabilities to pull the entirety of Western Europe out of the post-war slump, to the point where 5 years after World War II ended, basically all of Western Europe was better off economically than they were before World War II. And we had our own domestic boom at the same time. Somehow, when it was strategically advantageous against the Soviets, we were able to uplift like a significant portion of the global population mutually. Everyone was able to be brought up because it was, you know, good to keep those countries from falling to communist dissidents. But we still have homeless people on the street today. You know, make it make sense. My pal Footfoot, interesting name, and Casual Sheep Gardener, thank you for the £2 and dollars. That Darn Skag, thank you for the 5 Canadian. Matt North, Mogason, Victorious Gardenosaurus, and Gardenosaurus again, thank you for the $5 and euros, respectively. Thank you, thank you. Oh, I had fun watching Hassan. That was very good, very good content. You know. Call Sign Rogue, thank you for the $10. Very much appreciate that. The Dragon Warrior, Mark Lester, and Arcane Spaghetti, thank you for the $2. How come the crowd doesn't try to flank the cops? You really, really, really don't want to flank cops in a protest, because if they're flanked or they're pushed into a corner, they will just start fucking beating the shit out of you. There's like a very controlled engagement that you need to... It's very difficult. It's very, very difficult, right? Even like professional protesters are, well, I guess not professional protesters, professional activists, people whose job it is to know how to engage in protest. You know, it's very, very difficult. Matthew Young and Mogason, thank you for the $5 both. Mark Lester to Dragon Warrior, thank you for the $2. Ghost of Avalon, still alive, thank you for the $5. Yep, the entire world is watching. Yep, this is of international interest. Pale Magpie, thank you for the £10. Civil Protest 101, open the fire hydrant so the cops can't use water cans against you. All right, hold your horses there, bucko. That's for a very different kind of protest. That's like if you've got 1 million people there and you're hunkering down the fortress and you're trying to last out weeks and weeks, okay? This is like, okay, oh yeah, pause. This is not... that's not how you want to handle this dynamic necessarily. There are different levels. LAPD snipers aiming at the protest. This is gonna sound crazy, but they do normally do that. For any protest that's even remotely large, the LAPD will have snipers. Well, for any non-Americans, hello, yes, this is normal here. Unfortunately normal. It's not actually a bad thing. The idea is that if somebody from the crowd procures a gun or a bomb, the police have to deal with that immediately. And if the only police who can deal with that are at ground level, they have to fire into the crowd, basically. So having snipers means they could potentially eliminate that person immediately, which has happened. Yes, no, that's happened. Yeah, no, that has happened. That's dystopian. Hey, in America, we got more guns than people here, okay? They're scanning over the crowd. They're looking if anyone has a weapon. 447 GHT, thank you for the $2. Do you think LAPD was stream sniping Hassan? Well, they were definitely planning to do some kind of sniping on Hassan. Hey. Ding ding dong. And Andrew Mogeson, thank you for the $5 and £5. Spontaneous protests are illegal in the U.S. to fuck. Spontaneous protests are not illegal in the United States. But if you secure a permit beforehand, you are guaranteed certain protections from dispersal as long as you fulfill the requirements of your permit. You can spontaneously demonstrate in America in ways that are not illegal, but if you're disruptive, the police can order you to disperse. So, for example, you have to get a permit in order to do like a big parade, right? Because then the city plans around it. The city will provide you like police protection. They'll block off the roads so you have the ability to move through. Like Pride. Pride gets permits, right? But if you were like, fuck permits, we're going to do Pride without the police's permission, yeah, then what you're doing is using civilians to just block traffic, and the cops will obviously tell you like, well, yeah, fuck off. Like, no. So you can protest without a permit, but, you know. Flies and Soup, thank you for the 5. Peter Smith, thank you for the 10 Australian. Really appreciate that. Hawk20, thank you for the $2. Zoe Spencer, Cyber Penguin, Philippe G, Zoe Spencer again. Thank you for the $5 all. I really appreciate that. Thank you kindly. Can we get a shout out for the 50-51 protests happening this Saturday? Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a big week for protesting. Big, big week. A lot to cover. Mogeson, thank you. You've been very kind to me today. Thank you for the €5. Zach, Mimer, and Papa Pini, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate it. FYI, I know someone in the Guard who told me that the Texas National Guard is sending about 500 people to San Antonio too. The National Guard doesn't send people on their own. They have to be deployed by the governor or by the president. Is there any information on that? It's possible that they've been given like preemptive warning. We'll have to see. Has deploying the military against civilians ever worked for anyone, or does it just radicalize more people against them? Well, listen, I'll put it this way, okay? During the anti-Vietnam War protests, when Kent State happened and the National Guard fired without any reason and killed a bunch of innocent college students who were protesting the war, after that, polling indicated more Americans sided with the National Guard. Interesting, right? By a decent amount, too, like 63-37, if I remember. They thought the college students were in the wrong. Just goes to show that their sacrifice, I mean, that might have seemed worthless in the moment, but in the long run, now, today, nobody defends Kent State. I immediately think of Bloody Sunday. We'll get some new names for these ones. Zoe Spencer, thank you for the $10. Madleen crew of Dead Man Switch videos coming out to give their info. Oh, I ain't done covering the Madleen stuff. I just want to take a break to, you know, jerk my wiener and have some tasty food. That's all. Just keep the Kent State thing in mind. In the course of all the protests that are going on, somebody's probably going to die, like some innocent people. And as soon as you go to social media, you're going to see every conservative politician, pundit, and fan talking about how much they deserved it, how good it was they died, etc., okay? Just keep the Kent State thing in mind, okay? Maybe right now they're all rushing to defend it, but conservatives have been walking back their legacy for all of American history. The Iraq War was overwhelmingly supported by politicians when it started. Now, even Republicans won't touch it. Vietnam War, likewise. Kent State, likewise. Civil rights protests weren't popular to begin with. Over and over and over again. Conservatism is a losing position historically, okay? And if you're young, you'll probably be alive to witness people's perspectives shift on the issue. You know, the average position. Is 30 young? Please say yes. Yeah, 30 is young enough. Mogeson and Ding Ding Dong, thank you for the $5 and €5. Look up some Paris protests. Maybe later. Joel Tira, thank you for the $10. I remember the WTO riots back in the before times, even though I was only a kid. And even compared to the Chaz Chop protest, or compared to that, the Chaz Chop protest was nada. It was socially significant, but it didn't disrupt daily life. Yeah, no, for sure. Protests used to be a lot more spicy. I think social media has toned people down quite a bit, you know, for the most part. Everyone knows they're getting recorded all the time. DJI Fridays, nice name. Thank you for the $5. Yeah, I'm familiar with the Greta Thunberg business. Don't worry. I'll cover that probably later tonight. And Polido94, thank you for the $10. I heard Hassan say that the LAPD and ICE coordinated to detain some of the immigrants. That could be false, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't think that's true. I would need to see evidence of that. Not saying Hassan's wrong, just I would need to see evidence of that. I'm sure that the LAPD has accompanied ICE on some of their business. But to my knowledge at least, the LAPD has not engaged in civil immigration enforcement, which is the technical line they draw with the whole sanctuary state thing. FYI, 11 a.m. Seattle downtown solidarity protest tomorrow. I don't want to see all the fucking ex-members of my polycule down there, okay? I don't want that drama. Oh, Seattle. Which would weep, of course. ELSF, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Fight him, thank you for the €5. Thoughts on the Ukraine drone strike? Is there a new one? The last Ukraine drone strike I am familiar with is the one, you know, Operation Spiderweb, which I think is based in Red Pilled. Was there a new one? Whatever Ukraine did, I support it. Unless it was bad, in which case I do not support it. That about covers it, I think. J. Crisco 222 Crisco, thank you for the $1. I appreciate that. Uwu XXX, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Been going to queer events all month and stopped by the protest today, and it feels good to touch grass and make community. Trans rights. It really does, yeah, for sure. Very, very, very invigorating, I think, you know, involving yourself in something like that. They also bombed the Kerch Bridge. Well, I support that too. Senua Psychosis, thank you for the $5. Fun fact, in 1822 to 23, you could travel from mid-California to Uruguay and pass through only 3 countries. The first Mexican plus Brazil empires and Gran Colombia. That's... interesting. I don't know if this information is useful to me, but I do like that I have it now. All right, folks, how are we feeling? Listen, just as a wrap-up, because I understand that we've talked about a lot, and I know a lot of people's heads are out of it. Please understand, okay? We are nowhere near done with this. I don't mean just me streaming. I mean, like, America, okay? What they're doing in LA, they're going to do to other cities. They would absolutely not just do it in LA, all right? And the main body of the National Guardsmen haven't even arrived yet. We're dealing with the very beginning of this situation, okay? And so far, I think it's gone well. I am heartened by the fact that Governor Newsom, evil as he is, and Kamala Harris, evil as she is, have both issued statements that are more or less something to the effect of, fuck you, fascists, get your troops out of our city. Okay, a sentiment I agree with. So far, it seems like the behavior of the LAPD, which has been, and I really don't I don't want this to be taken out of context, by the standards of the LAPD, which I am all too familiar with, they have been somewhat moderate in how they've handled the crowd. They could have done a lot more crowd breaking. They could have done a lot more cracking down there. I think the reason for this is because they want to keep things under control and in line before the National Guard has an opportunity to make things worse. That's my belief. ICE is going to continue to try to run operations in the city, and they're going to do so with National Guard protection, which is insane. I don't know how that's going to play out, but I do know that this is nowhere near over. So for right now, do whatever you want. You can watch Hassan. I hear he's a big streamer. You can jerk off. You can go get some food. I don't care. I am going to get some food. I'm going to rest up a bit. I will be here either later tonight or tomorrow morning. It depends on whether or not things really pop off. Okay? So you all take care. Drink water. Stay safe. And I'll see you soon.